Our sponsor for tonight is Canadian Dice. Go to canadiandice.ca and use the code TheVacTair, all one word, at checkout for 15% off your order. Maggie?
We're gonna roll to our trailer, and then we'll come right back and start playing. This is a one-shot. Fangs of the Inquisition and Blood in the Six.
It's a sixth sense.
Release the cats.
really
Let them attack.
Release the Catkins.
Only if they're not white.
Okay,
One
so
of them is white and gray.
so while our households are destroyed by our animals, Toronto, or as it's known as the Six, was sort of coined by the singer-rapper Drake for Toronto's area code, which is 416, hence the reason we call this Blood in the Six. And Toronto has a pretty steeped vampire history that very few mortals actually know about. But right now in the city of Toronto, the Second Inquisition is terrorizing the vampire population. The Inquisition is basically made up of fanatics and vampire hunters and monster hunters and maybe the church and maybe the Canadian government, maybe the FBI, maybe the CIA. Like, it's a world. The Second Inquisition encompasses a lot of people. Back in history, there was the First Inquisition, which was very successful and which essentially made the vampires rethink their strategy. Hence, why they now hold up the Masquerade, or the hope that they can keep their abilities and truths secret. So these attacks by the Inquisition in Toronto have escalated recently, and close to a dozen, maybe even 24 kindred have met with final death. Your kind have gone into hiding or have fled the city entirely. The Inquisition doesn't discriminate between clan or faction, and the kindred of Toronto are being hunted with no discrimination or quarter. You have all had some sort of recent run-ins with the Inquisition. Either it was a direct confrontation, or maybe you just felt like you were being followed, or maybe you felt like you were being watched very closely in recent nights. Whatever the case is, a lot of the vampires in Toronto are basically becoming shut-ins. They are not going out. They are lying incredibly low. They are, trying not to use their powers and drain their blood so that they don't have to feed. And then there's others, like I mentioned, that have just left the city entirely until things cool down here in Toronto. So, with the exception of Artemis's character, the five of you, our five Anarch vampires, have been called to meet with the Baroness. Her name is Justine. And Justine owns a very large part of the west end of the city of Toronto, the city of Etobicoke. She owns nightclubs, bars, concert venues. She is the person that sort of pulls all the strings and threads behind all these places. How much money she makes is you're unsure of, but she has a vast network of intelligence and spies throughout the city, both vampires and mortals. And she is the one calling the shots in the West End of Toronto right now. The 5 of you have been asked to meet her. And not at one of her regular spots. Some of you have been to the Peaches nightclub. She's not asked you there this time. Instead, she has called upon you to meet her. She's sent the address, which is an old, sort of dark, worn-out service road at the end of the airport where the runways sort of come to an end. There's nothing there. And that's where she's called you to meet her. She didn't call you directly. She always goes through Angel, sort of her office, her personal assistant, her administrator. And you all know Angel. Angel is not a vampire. But this time around, she's been painstakingly careful in how she's contacted you to ask you to come and meet with the Baroness this night. So can I assume that our coterie from chapter 2, our 3, are you guys taking the new Camry out to this meeting, or are you traveling individually?
Freaking Camry.
I believe the Baroness bought you a new Camry for your services. So are we taking the new Camry?
Yeah, I'll pick them up in the new Camry.
Okay.
So reliable.
Appreciate it.
How about our other two, our new vampires here? How do we think Hans would get out to the meeting place? Does he have a car? I know he has some money, so.
Middle class.
What's
He
that?
took 2. He's middle class. He took 2 dots in the.
Okay, yeah. So he definitely owns a vehicle of his own, most likely.
How's the traffic?
The traffic on that road will be there will hardly be any. You certainly
Awesome.
don't want to Uber to the meeting, I'll tell you that much.
He's really happy that there's no traffic. He's been stuck in Toronto traffic before. He's just glad he's getting there okay, but at the same time, the fact that he's getting there okay means that he's probably not going to be okay in the long run.
Okay. I'll tell you that
He's listening.
there's Torontonians somewhere saying amen to you, because Toronto traffic is atrocious.
I got stuck for over an hour,
Yep.
like under the train station. So
Yeah, I feel it.
Jeez.
So what kind of car might Hans have? Something fancy? Something plain?
just like a regular Kia, just like a small SUV.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, he has like a little what are those called? You know, the little things that like sit in the window that kind of move around.
A hula?
Bobbleheads?
No, it's not a hula girl, but it's like that, and
Okay.
it's like a character from Line, which is like,
Okay.
and it's just like a little frog guy.
All right. How do we think Rosaline is getting out to the meeting? Does she have a
I
car?
would imagine. She
She does
does, but she's gonna have her twin sister take her because she has a bit of a nicer car off of her husband's money.
Okay. All right. So everyone makes their way out to the location in their vehicles. Does your twin sister know what you are?
Yes.
Okay. So with having never played, you've never played before, have you, Keisha?
We
Have
played
you played?
once.
Okay. So
like
oh,
for
that's
one
right. That's
shot.
right. That's right. So in this case, you would not want the Baroness or her people to know that your sister knows.
Gotcha. Okay. So I would.
Okay. She
be
could still
getting there
drive you.
myself
She
then.
could still drive you out there.
Okay.
But if they know that she knows, then they could consider that a danger to breach the Masquerade, and that would put you feel like that would put your sister in danger. So you can still bring her out if you want, but you're going to want to keep her at arm's length, or you can choose just to leave her at home, maybe borrow her car.
Yeah, we'll go that route.
Okay. So you make your way out to this dark service road that I spoke of. The road has not been paved in a very long time, and as you make your way down the winding road, occasionally yellow eyes watch you from the darkness at the side of the road. Most likely coyotes. The highway is nearby, and the hum of transport trucks and cars are constant. And cargo jets pass overhead like clockwork. Up ahead on the road, you spot 2 black SUVs parked in an abandoned sort of, maybe it was once a gas station. You can't really tell, but it's definitely a paved lot. And they sit there. There's no light or anything like that. They just sit there alone, and you're sure this has got to be Baroness Justine and her entourage. Each of you
hydrate.
Group hydrate. Each of you pull in. The cars stop, and at this point, I would like the 5 of you to do our first roll of the night by giving me a rouse check to see if we've gotten hungry. So the rouse check is right under your hunger score, and you just roll that. If it fails, it should add a hunger automatically for you. And if it succeeds, then you don't get hungrier. Aw, Gray. You never fail me.
I think I
Ooh.
rolled twice.
Yeah.
Whoops. I might have rolled twice. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, the first one failed, Jacques, so you're out of luck. And
Did I roll twice? I can't
yeah.
figure out where the dice are now.
You totally did. And Maggie, we got you can reduce one of your, you shouldn't have got that hunger. So go ahead and reduce your hunger. You're still at 2.
Is it double click or just click once on the thing?
I think it's just click once.
Got it.
Okay, so you've pulled in, the doors open, people start to get out. At the 2 black SUVs, you can see a group of bodyguards that get out of the vehicle first. 2 from each SUV out of the front seat. These are mortals. Gray, you recognize these men as the ones that helped you out that night. There's 4 of them in total. And Ty, a tall, bald-headed man dressed in sort of denim and leather, gets out of the truck with them, and you recognize him as sort of Justine's bouncer. All 4 men look at you guys as you're getting out of your cars, but you notice that Ty is not looking at you guys. He's watching the roads. Okay. Then Angel gets out of one of the vehicles. She's dressed in a gray pantsuit and holding some sort of a tablet, and looks very businesslike, as usual. And then finally, Justine herself, dressed in leather, black lipstick, heavy blanket of mascara and eyeshadow, looking all the punk that she wants to be, sort of biker chick, gets out of the SUV. And they make...
Off here and could see her now.
Do you guys approach, or do you stay at your vehicles? What would you like to do?
I'll start to go up.
Yeah.
Say hello to the guys that helped me first.
Was it implied that there were going to be other people at the meeting besides, like...
No. You thought that you thought you were maybe meeting Justine alone. And
okay.
And you do not know who these other individuals are.
Hans is gonna get out of the car, but like lean on the door to where like he can hear things. But if he had to, he could go back in his car.
Okay. How about Rosaline? Does she move towards the others, or?
I'd say Rosaline would move with like head high, confident walk.
Okay.
Acting as if this is not disturbing or off in the slightest, just like, oh, okay, just rolling with it.
Yeah. Let's see how well she pulls that off. Can you give me a intimidation plus composure? And we'll see if just how confident Rosaline is looking as she approaches.
Difficulty 2?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And Roll20 will notoriously take a few moments to generate that for us. Well, that looks pretty good. 2 successes. I think you're pulling it off. At the very least, you don't look afraid. That's for sure.
Good.
Does anyone have levels of fame?
I have one.
Okay,
I have one as well.
so maybe Hans and Gray, none of you are sort of in the circles they run in, but maybe they look familiar.
I have one as well.
Okay. When you get closer, the guards and Ty all nod to Gray, and
Gentlemen.
the Baroness smiles at everyone. Thanks for coming. Hans, you can come closer, dear. No one's going to hurt you.
Hans, he quietly nods and he steps forward. He has his hands in his pockets. His keys are in his pockets.
Okay. You can tell that in this environment, Justine is very uncomfortable and out of place. She always looks incredibly confident and in control when she's in her clubs or in her bars or wherever you've met her previously. But here, she maybe even looks a little bit nervous, not fearful, but just on edge.
Justine, it's been a while. This seems like a bit of a strange place to meet up, but I know things have been a bit funny lately. Why did you call us out here tonight?
As Jacques finishes that, and a cargo jet pulls overhead, and everything goes it's just almost deafening. You now realize maybe you can't be listened. Listening devices would be difficult here. Between the highway nearby and the jets going overhead, this makes for a difficult place to record anything, right? She says, we've all been keeping our heads down recently.
Yep.
Of course.
There's eyes everywhere in the city, and pardon the phrase, but the hunters have become the hunted. I think
I must admit that paranoia hasn't usually been an issue for me, but after the ordeals.
Yes.
Gray just raises one eyebrow. That paranoia hasn't been an issue.
There's been a number of hits.
Jacques shoots Gray a look.
There's been a number of hits on our allies. A number of assassinations. And I think there's more to it than just the Inquisition getting lucky. I think the Anarchs of Etobicoke has a mole in their ranks. Someone leaking information to the Inquisition.
Well, that's not a good sign.
She looks at everyone gathered and says, for those that don't know, Gray, her and her friends were successful in hunting down another kindred not too long ago for me, and had a run-in with the very people that we're talking about. And that's why I'd like you and Jacques and Tony to lead this up for me.
A wise choice.
You
I'm
call that
here.
successful?
For
You're here because Gray and her friends had another ally that unfortunately met their final end. So they're lacking in numbers, and in nights like these, I feel there's strength in numbers. Also, Hans, you need to prove some loyalty here before you're sort of led into, she uses quotes, the gang. Yeah. Rosaline as well, another new member of our club.
I mean, I suppose that's understandable. I just hope that this run of losing somebody to their final end doesn't continue.
Well, if you listen to Gray and keep your yaps shut, I'm sure you'll be fine. I have a great deal of confidence in their ability to do what I'm about to ask you to do.
Do I believe this so far that they have a great amount of confidence in Gray?
You're welcome to give me an insight wits check if you actually insight manipulation.
Okay, so I would click insight.
Yep.
A second attribute manipulation.
Yep.
No modifier, difficulty 2.
You got it. There we go. Hans, you feel that of all the kindred sitting here in the parking lot, that Justine really is only interested in Gray, the amount of times she's mentioned her name in the last few moments.
Mm-hmm. Hans doesn't think that boils well for him.
She looks specifically at Gray and Tony and Jacques and says, Gavin.
Yeah, Gavin.
Prior to Gavin meeting final death with the Inquisition, Gavin had created a child. Her name is Kira Lalonde. You may have heard in the news a case before the courts right now where people were stealing blood from the blood banks of Toronto. Kira was involved with that. She has a number of contacts within the Anarchs, and we think she has a number of contacts within the Camarilla as well that she was stealing blood for. This was while she was still immortal, if we understand the timeline correctly. And she looks at Angel, and Angel nods, like, yep, you've got it. I think she may be the leak. I'm not sure she's loyal to the Anarchs. I think she may be with the Camarilla. And what better way to get rid of the Anarchs of the West End than to turn the Inquisition against us?
But is it just against us? Like, do we know that this is the case? Or
we've heard of attacks.
Are the Camarilla affected too?
We've heard of attacks in other parts of the city. The East End Anarchs.
Okay.
As well as the Camarilla in the central city. But we can't confirm or deny any of those kills. We can only assume what we've been told. Gavin had also Kira, in the short time that she had become one of us, took a ghoul.
Really?
His name is Aziz Badi, and he belongs to a group of hooligans who call themselves the Night Jackals. They boost cars, they steal, small-time crime, really.
Would I have heard of them before, Jer?
I'm not even going to ask you to roll that. Yes, you've heard of the Night Jackals.
Yeah.
So the Night Jackals are indeed sort of a small crime syndicate that works in not only the West End of Toronto, but right across Toronto. Okay? But not usually involved in, like, physical violence. Like, they steal cars. They have cars get stripped down, and it's no wonder that, Gavin has a connection here. Owning a car shop and everything. That all seems to make sense to you. So she says Kira was lying low due to her scandal at the hospitals. The police were looking for her. So she doesn't have a haven per se. She moved around a lot, is our understanding. So we don't know where she is. We're trying to find her and, reach out to her. We think that maybe Aziz might be a way to get to her if you can locate him.
Do the Night Jackals have a calling card or a uniform or anything like that?
She says that they have this dumb patch that sort of looks like Anubis.
Well, if you're going to choose a symbol, go with one of the classics, I suppose.
She's sure that if any of you have contacts around town, you might be able to track down more information on the night jackals and what they're up to. Whatever the case, she wants Kira found and questioned. She'd love if you could bring her in to her.
If there's no other way, if we have her in our clutches, do we have the option of killing her? It just won't be as lucrative.
No, you can put her to final death if you can catch her. If she's not willing to come. And as she says final death, I mean, all of you have sort of in the last little while becoming vampires come to the idea that you're immortal. But there is, of course, a couple ways that can all end. You could be burned alive. Fire is a bad, the sun, bad. Decapitation, bad. The rest of the stuff usually just puts you to sleep or into a thing that your kind calls torpor. So, she looks at Rosaline and at Hans. The two of you are to stick close to these three and learn the ropes a little bit. Gray is in charge.
Thank you, Baroness. I appreciate that.
Gray loves to be in charge.
Once you have... yes, she does. Once you have dear Kira, make contact with Angel. And Angel will, of course, make sure that I'm informed.
Could I see a picture of Kira or Aziz?
At that point, Angel walks over and gives you a dossier, a folder, very organized, very organized. Yep, everything. She hands that to you. As you look through it, you have a picture of Kira, you have a picture of Aziz, you have a picture of Aziz's car, which is a heavily modified Honda Civic.
Not as good as a Camry, but
not as reliable. Not as reliable as a Camry. She says you need to be careful on this. The streets are literally the most dangerous place for you to be right now.
You don't have to tell me twice.
She's like, Gray, can I borrow you for a moment? And she motions back towards the SUV and starts moving in that direction. Also, Angel, as the group starts to disperse here, Angel moves over to speak to Tony for a moment. So let's first of all jump to the SUV. Gray, you sit into the back of the SUV. Justine gets in one side, you get in the other. The doors are shut, and she makes sure all the windows are up, because obviously people have good hearing. But you feel like you're in a pretty sealed vehicle.
how can I help you?
You're good with this?
Of course. Shouldn't be a problem.
Due to some recent incidents, as I'm sure you're aware of, there is some openings for advancement.
Oh. Good to know.
You need to find out more about the two that I've sent with you. I don't know very much about Rosaline. Her sire is unknown to me. I think she's a Toreador, and frankly, I don't trust.
Right.
I don't trust her yet.
Well, I'm sure I could find out something here and there.
Hans Simler is a bit of an enigma. We don't even know his clan.
Really? That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Also, don't be so sure that one of the snitch we're looking for is not already amongst them. And she motions out at the 4 other kindred standing in the parking lot. I know you have a connection with Tony and Jacques, but we have to consider all options.
I have no problem with that.
And you have no problem killing any of them?
Not if I can manage it. Or make someone else manage it.
Ty will be available for you if you need help with anything like that.
Great. Glad to hear that.
All right.
I don't want to break a nail.
Please don't fuck this up, and try to keep a low profile.
Of course. You can trust me.
I know I can. She pats you on the shoulder and then reaches across your lap and opens the door for you.
I'll get out.
Tony, Angel comes over to you as everyone's sort of dispersing, and she smiles at you and passes you an envelope.
Thank you. Is there anything I should know about this in particular?
It needs to get to where the other envelope came from.
Understood.
At which point she leaves and walks back towards the car. The 2 SUVs sort of load up and pull out of there, and the 5 of you are left with another airplane going overhead.
Right. Who has ideas about how to find this Aziz? Fancy car he's got.
I have some ideas.
Okay.
I have somebody who could scout things out from the air.
Interesting.
They're not particularly fast about it, but they can see from above and they're quite smart.
What do you mean not particularly fast?
Their fly speed is, they're not a plane. That would be crazy now, wouldn't it be?
Yes, I also doubt they would be able to see much if they were going that fast, so I'm glad to hear it.
Could I put my arm out and then could my bird show up?
Sure.
Yeah. So Hans, he puts his arm out, he's wearing like a leather jacket, and then you see a crow descend and land on his arm. He flexes it, and the crow bows to you dramatically with one wing. This is Cackle. He thinks he's funny, but he's not.
Gray loves it when the people and the crows show our respect, huh? This crow is going to be very popular.
Indeed.
And I assume it's a typical crow that is fully
I think so.
black feathered.
I think so. Unless
Then
Maggie would like
Gray
to do something
definitely
else.
likes it.
He looks like a regular crow. That's part of his thing. He thinks he's all that, but he is mine, and that's what matters.
As Keisha, Rosaline does have a set of contact point that is not spent. So if at any point you would like to say, hey, I have a contact in X, Y, or Z, if you think that'll help, then we can just invoke that at any time in the game. We're going to jump across to the east end of town and to a familiar coffee shop where some people don't drink coffee. And a little crumpled up old Asian woman sits in the corner who no one really pays any attention to. They might not even know she's really there. But Allie knows she's there. Allie, you've responded to the sheriff's call, and she waits for you. There's no coffee at the table or anything. Like I said, the other patrons in the place, you're not even sure know they're there, but you do. It's nighttime and baristas are running around. This is the same place where your group of friends sort of dominated this poor barista, and he's never really recovered. So when you or any of them walk in, he gives you a wide berth.
No.
Sends coffee immediately.
Yeah, he sends someone else over to take an order.
I mean, I get it. I almost killed him. It's fine.
It's fine. Well, he doesn't really remember a lot from that night. It's sort of fogged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your friends are all lying very low, by the way. Clementine has a big mark on her. The Inquisition, you think, had her figured out pretty good, and she's gone into hiding amongst the Toreador of the city. You don't know where she is. You know that that Ryan's, old gray man, Cornelius, is with his
Poor dog.
Yeah, he's hiding with his family. And Lacey,
well he should.
And even if Lacey was intimidated, she of course doesn't show it and just does what she wants to do, regardless of what the Inquisition think they can. But you have a concern, and you've brought it up to Sheriff Bai, and Sheriff Bai has asked you to meet her before doing anything.
Yep. Go sit down with her.
So she looks across the table. Allie. There's always that little bit of a nasty smell when you're around her. It's faint, but she smells like a sewer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So what is the plan? Have we found him?
I think I know where to start, at least. Got a good idea.
In Etobicoke?
Nah. Yeah. I know you don't want me to go over there, but I gotta find him.
She pauses for a moment and she says, this is not really the time to be going into the Anarch's turf. So much going on with the mortals that think they have it all figured out.
He's important.
How important?
I wouldn't ask. You know that. Trying to keep Lacey safe. From herself, mostly.
Lacey can keep herself safe.
So she says.
Okay. When do you plan to go?
Tonight. Fast and quiet. You know the way how I move.
I would like you to take a friend of mine then. And she motions out the window to again, a man leaning against a light post outside that people are walking past like he's maybe not even there. He's on the large side, but the light just seems to not really touch him a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Who's your friend?
Just someone trying to climb the ranks. Harry.
Okay. Have I heard of Harry before?
Maybe not.
No.
You're not really sure. Your guess is that he's a Nosferatu, like the sheriff. And you're not really sure how many Nosferatu there are in the city.
You have Hank in my notes.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Well, let's call him Hank then.
Okay. I'm like, wait, who the hell is Harry?
Harry? Yeah, Hank. Pardon me. That's Hank.
Okay.
He likes propane.
And propane accessories.
Yes. She says Hank can move with you probably unseen to most.
Impressive.
Do what you need to do, and he'll be there if you need him. You need to be careful.
Move a hell of a lot faster than most, so
She says the Inquisition are using new technologies, new ways of finding us. You got the information on the scanner that I sent you, correct?
Yes, I did.
That's no joke.
How is it that they can have it handheld? Like,
They've managed to miniaturize it significantly. You'll need to use your blush of life when you're out. The camera can see if your heart isn't beating. It can see if you're not giving off a heat signature. And even then, if it's not perfect, but if you beat out of rhythm, it's very difficult to fool, is my understanding.
okay. I will.
It's not tiny, though, like your phone. It's big, like one of those old VHS camcorders. So,
Since
there is that.
I will.
He hasn't answered any of your calls?
Not for weeks. That's not like him. Even with Kira around, that wasn't like him.
Well, do your best to go unseen, and hopefully all will be well. He then, she then stands up, and I'll tell Hank to wait for you.
I appreciate it.
He's very sensitive about.
Okay.
Just be nice.
I'm always nice.
Fair enough. She makes her way out and leaves you to go and introduce yourself to Hank.
I'll wait like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then go.
Okay. So when you get outside, Hank is built like a perfect man. Like physically, he is a top-notch specimen until you look at his face.
Okay.
And then he's clearly a Nosferatu. He's disfigured. He's, lumps, bumps, and ridges everywhere and discoloration and you notice he tries not to make eye contact with you.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Allie.
Hank, you ready to go?
The sheriff says I should follow you at a distance, but if we're going to be driving across the city, the car, I'll just stay in the back seat. You won't even know I'm there.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I will. So, how long does the blush of life last?
One scene.
So, if I put it on now,
no, wait until we get to where you are.
There.
Yep.
Okay.
However, why don't you give me a hunger check to see, how you're feeling tonight? So you're hungry. As the door opens and Hank gets in, you notice a few other things that get in with him. Dark little creatures with long, pale tails. About 4 of them.
Like rats?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Okay, so off you go. Meanwhile, back at the parking lot, you guys are discussing how you might want to go about this.
So, I've got some contacts that I think might help us out to find at least where this job shop or whatever it is.
All right.
What do you guys think is the best way to go about figuring out how to find this guy? Got the Raven, Crow.
Yeah, the Crow, it could find his car individually, most likely. But if we're wanting to find the shop, that would be harder because we don't know exactly what its name is. Conversely,
Go ahead.
No, you go. Conversely, I could ask the crow to look out for the patches, but the car would probably be more obvious.
Yeah.
Can I try to find his Facebook page?
So you just jump on your phone, look through Facebook?
Yeah. Facebook, LinkedIn, anything that might have like.
Do you have any dots in technology?
Nope.
I don't either.
You have a hard time navigating Facebook,
Me
my dear.
No, no.
Great.
Maybe you should try some TikTok there. Gray.
I'm very good at charismatic things.
Are you?
Do I have a lot of friends on
Does
Facebook?
anyone, everyone could see Gray is kind of struggling as she look. You can tell she's scanning through Facebook.
Do you have any friends on there, Gray?
I have so many, and they're all in my church.
If you like, I could also ask my assistant to begin to look for any records that you might find interesting. Miss Gray, do you have a preferred way of being called?
Gray is fine.
Mm-hmm. The vibe that you get, I would say, from Hans is that he is going to be very formal and respectful towards Gray. He is suspicious of Gray, but he does respect her.
Oh, good. That'll help.
Tony, when
I
you
could have her.
Tony, when you look at Hans, you get a premonition from your Auspex ability, and you see a woman in the shadows standing behind him with 2 large black mastiffs. And then your premonition fades.
Who did you know that really loved large dogs?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I mean, I worked at an animal shelter before they became more delicious.
Oh no. Do mastiffs mean anything to you?
I used to walk the dogs. Do mastiffs mean anything specifically to me, Jeremy?
Your sire always has 2 mastiffs with her.
Oh. I say, well, I mean, we saw a lot of dogs. Mastiffs included. You know, it's hard for a family to commit to adopting a big dog.
Okay. Just curious.
I mean, I can think about it a little more. Why are you asking?
Just getting a sense about that particular type of dog about you.
Is it like you think I look like the dog? Is this an insult?
No. I would never. I get a sense of people's auras, if you would. There's a presence around you, and that presence is flanked by mastiffs.
I
It's
mean,
a rather strange thing to be holding on to, so it's something that just seemed a little out of the ordinary. I wanted to ask about it.
yeah, so you're into auras and this person has a church? What's your pseudoscience thing? I look at Jocks.
Me, I just would rather be in the woods right now, honestly. That's
So you're like a
watching the
nature...
Canadians game. Like, it's one or the other, but not really a special, like, thing per se, you know.
On a side note, go Habs.
Question. Does anybody in the party have, like, high animal ken? Because I think that Cackle's curious about you all and would probably go to somebody who's good with animals.
I have 2 in that.
Yeah. Would it be fair to say Cackle goes up to Jocks and just like at their feet kind of tippy tappies?
No, I don't think your crow would want to go anywhere near Jacques.
Okay. You will stay on my arm.
There's a very different animal predator vibe coming off of Jacques that bird would not go near.
Is he just like kind of like stepped on my shoulder at this point, kind of like hiding a little bit?
If you're conversing with Jacques, yeah, it's definitely, you can tell it's a little timid.
Yeah. I look at Cackle like, you good, bro?
Even yourself, Hans, you and I don't want to speak for Alyssa, obviously, but I think Jacques would probably like very much come off if you're all vampires, you're all predators. You feel like Jacques has the ability to be an apex predator.
So
I'm wolfishly handsome, also. I mean, like.
I think you misunderstand me though. I'm definitely not some sort of hooey-dooey, like outside of science type person. I'm actually a therapist. I just have this weird premonition type vibe every now and then. It's outside of my normal practice.
Let's pause on the therapist note here for a second, because is Rosaline is part of some sort of, like, she's in the field of mental health.
Yep.
And does Tony have a point in fame?
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm gonna say Rosaline, all of a sudden, like, you realize that Tony's sort of well known in the circles of mental health as being sort of a bit of a therapist for the, what's the word I'm looking for here? The less fortunate?
Yeah, she works with like battered women shelters and specifically, and she's very well known for working with less fortunate, giving back to the community and whatnot. She goes by Tony, but her full name is Antoinette. So
yeah, so Rosaline would definitely now recognize, like, put 2 and 2 together.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
Gray's gonna do that thing that teachers do where they don't call on people who raise their hand, they just pick people to answer questions in class.
Okay.
And look at Rosaline and say, and what about you? Any ideas from you?
Oh,
'Cause
well.
that's what Gray would do. Such a
Yeah, the whole
move.
time Rosaline's just like
Classic Gray.
arms crossed, just listening to everybody, not really chiming in at all at any point, and would look at Gray with surprise and just be like, "Oh, well, I may have an idea.
Okay, let's
You
hear
want to
it.
hear it?"
Yeah.
I too work with those who are less fortunate, more specifically, troubled youths. And it could be that I may know one that keeps his ear to the ground, so to speak, when it comes to
Hmm.
groups or gangs or the like, as he is part of one. Perhaps I could reach out, see what I can gather.
That could be helpful.
that would be amazing.
I say we utilize all of these things. I mean, we'll find this person faster, honestly, if we make use of multiple methods.
So here's
Don't
what
you
I'm gonna go through a whole bunch of rules here now, and I'm gonna call off people. So the first thing we want is from Hans. I would like an animal ken charisma check, as our crow is sent to search the city for that car. From Jacques, I would like a streetwise manipulation check.
Okay.
And from Rosaline, let's get a manipulation. Well, I'll let you choose on this. It's going to be a persuasion check, but you can use your charisma or your manipulation, whichever is higher. And Rosalie needs to add. I think is this our 1 contact or our 2 contact?
This would be 2.
So you need to add a bonus of 2 on that as you try to draw out
Oh,
information.
Okay, this would actually be 1 then.
Oh, okay.
This would be 1 contact.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you stay here or do we break up while people reach out to their different contacts and whatnot? Do you stay here together? Do you go somewhere else? Totally up to you.
Probably just need to kind of walk to the side and just make some calls.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that then. The bird will take time because it's covering a lot of area to try to find that car. Okay. However, while the bird is out looking, Rosaline, you get an answer like right away.
Yeah, I do.
Jacques, you get something a little more vague. So let's start with Jacques. Jacques, your criminal contacts, first of all, they think it's fucking hilarious that you're searching down a group called the Night Jackals. Like, it's just a little, it's like a little too edgy, but they know them. They know them. They're for the most part, they tell you, they're a bunch of young kids. They don't think there's any sort of solid leadership in the group. And they tell you that they knew 2 places. OG Auto.
Not going there.
And another place called Kingman Records. Which is not actually in the city. Kingman Records is just outside of the city to the north of Toronto. Those are 2 places they know the Night Jackals use to strip down and sell off parts of the cars they steal.
Okay.
But they're like, these are nobodies, Jacques. Like, don't waste your time with them.
Yeah, I just got somebody touched in about this and just wanted to know a thing. Don't worry, I just wanted to ask around and see what you guys knew. Okay. Thanks.
Rosaline, you have a much different conversation. So it turns out one of the kids that you counsel is a street racing fanatic. And he lists off a number of raceways. These are places behind like big box stores where there's long stretches of asphalt. Or things like old sort of closed off roads that aren't really used anymore. But he gives you all that information. He also brings up OG Auto Wreckers. He goes, but that place I heard just burnt down. And then there's Kingman Auto Wreckers north of town that I think does a whole bunch of the cars, the modifications of the cars that race. And then he tells you that that the whole thing is sponsored by Kareem's Carts. And Kareem is this businessman, an older man, he tells you, but he has a fleet of shawarma and falafel carts and food trucks that are always at the races. And rumor on the street is that he kind of runs the stuff so that he can just sell shawarma and falafel at the races.
That's a good racketeering.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, that sounds really good right now.
It really does.
Yeah, and he does tell you that if you do go and check this out, these races, you need to order like the falafel bowl. Like, this is what you need to eat.
That's not awful falafel.
Do you mention this out loud to us?
Yeah, I'll relay this.
Do I know of this guy being a chef?
Kareem's carts is like he started, you know, a little bit about him. He started out small, and now he has like I said, carts and food trucks all over the city. However, being the chef that you are, this is like fast food, street food. This is like no. I don't know what Hans, maybe Hans likes that sort of thing, but I would think like he is in no way at the level of chef that you are.
Does he have pickles at his shop, like the pickled beets or anything? Does he have any of those kind of things?
Oh, I would bet you there's some kind of pickles at his shop. Yes, for sure.
Okay. Hans is slightly
mason jars.
Slightly impressed.
I don't even know if pickles and falafel go well together.
I've had falafel wraps that have like the pickled vegetables.
See, I thought I had two, but I wasn't sure.
The turnips.
Anyways.
Turnips, yes, not beets, turnips. I always get them confused because they're shaped the same.
So you get all that information back. What would you like to do with it?
I suppose we should check out this Kingman whatever.
Kingman
Or one of
Wreckers?
the races.
Yeah.
Maybe
Or maybe
there is a race tonight. There is a race tonight.
Is there a news
do we know
report
where?
heard about the fire?
Yeah, it's here in Etobicoke, so you don't have to cross any rivers, Gray.
Great. That's all I need to know.
And it's up behind, like it's in the back of like a couple, like those big box stores that I was talking about, like you know, like a up here in Canada, it would be like Lowe's. Do you have Lowe's in the States?
Yeah,
we do.
Up here we call them Rona Plus now. So like it's
Oh, I saw one.
There's like that and like this massive Canadian Tire and you know, a Home Depot, and they're all like together, and they can get a pretty good stretch of track in behind them.
nice.
Totally
Maybe
illegal.
we should go there. If he's got this souped up car, maybe that's the
I
place
think
to go.
I think we're more likely to find him at the race. Plus, there's going to be more people for us to blend in with.
It's true. I definitely blend in so well with that kind of crowd.
Well,
Oh,
not to
well,
mention,
every
last
time,
we
Gray.
went to a chop shop didn't go so well, if you know what I mean.
I mean,
What
we
do
can
you
just
mean?
burn all the chop shops in town down, and then no problem, right?
You really
I'll just-
want to go somewhere that's going to get burnt again, Jacques. We know that happened last time.
I'll just bring cash to bet, and no one will question how I look or why I'm there.
Yeah, of
Whatever
all
you
of
think,
all
Gray.
of you, like on that note, there is no way Gray fits in at a street race.
There's
How
no
about
way Gray fits
how
in
about
anywhere.
how
We'll
about the
just
rest
tell
of
them
you?
that she's looking for her son.
Gray fits in at her church.
You know what, Gray? Maybe we need to do a makeover for you.
I'm not even sure Jacques
That's
Flannel.
not
I'm not sure Jacques Flannel fits in at a night street race. But like, does anyone feel their character would fit in there?
Hans
I'll be
has
fine.
like,
I'll go home and change into one of my band shirts.
Hans has like on like black leather pants, a leather jacket, and like
Oh, I wish
like a
I'd known
button
that
down.
because Justine would have loved that.
He's like in mostly leather and then like black. He has like some eyeliner on.
I feel at some point she checked you out then.
He returned the favor.
Okay. At some point there was package checking for sure.
It is a full
Lord.
packet.
Okay.
Yeah,
The Canadian
Marty.
mail service.
I'm glad we've
It's-
established that there's certainly
All the
okay.
information you
I
need to
don't
know
know.
about these vampires.
If you could shape your flesh,
And
what
more.
would you do with it? Obviously.
Obviously,
Obviously.
every guy in the room would be like, "Yeah, take a little bit up here and put it down there." Sure.
Before we
Could you just dial back a minute? What do you mean the last time you went to a chop shop at Conifire? Was it the chop shop that was just mentioned?
You know, it's not so important.
don't worry about it.
Well, the only reason I would like to know is because I'm going to spend time looking up a police report or a newscast about it. If it's you guys, then I won't ask any more questions. I'll just let it go.
We didn't do it.
You know who did it, though.
Oh, it was the
Sure.
Inquisition.
Exactly.
We just happened to be there when it happened.
I'm not
That
going to
is
ask
all.
for any insight checks. The two new people, you sense bullshit.
It's like,
Hans,
That's bullshit.
Hans just nods. and he
Technically,
drops-
we didn't.
Can we please bring up the
We
meme where
didn't do
the meme where the little boy's like, bullshit? This is bullshit?
We
Yeah.
didn't light it
We
on
didn't
fire.
light it on
we
fire.
just happened to be there when they lit it on fire.
Fair. That's fair. But all of you
Ray
feel like there's
just
more.
happened to get the guy's dad shot,
Look,
and I
I'm
ran
not-
over his body.
Rosaline and Hans both believe there is far more to this fucking story.
Hans just leaves it.
So are we all driving off to the night race then?
Are we getting in one car? Or are
That
we
was my
still-
next question. Are we piling into the Team Camry or are we taking individual cars? Does someone think they have a nicer car than the Camry? Probably.
Before we go, I'm going to force Doc to take off the flannel so he could just wear like whatever wife beater he has underneath.
Okay. Okay.
I got a t-shirt on. Come on.
And I'm gonna
What
make Gray like
time
put
of
on
year is
whatever jeans and like band shirt I have in the trunk of my car because I always have like a
Yes.
closet in the back of my car.
And for stream's sake, I'd like to point out that Jacques is an
gal
honorary
pal.
gal pal. Just
Aw.
saying,
Yes.
Keisha.
Apparently, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I like it. I'm here for it. So we're heading to the races
What
because
is
this is a
Rosalie wearing?
one shot and I'm now doing something called railroading. So you're headed
Hey.
to the races. And let's jump over to our dear lone Bruja vampire who arrives with Hank at the races. As you pull in, so there's like, because I just realized I have to give a shout out to our sponsor. There's like a Happy Burger out by the road, which is a made up fast food joint, but we haven't mentioned it yet.
Yes.
And then there are these big box stores that are closed down for the night. It's like 1 a.m. And, you know, Allie makes her way to where the starting line is. Sure enough, there is a falafel truck here serving food. Yeah, and people are right now the cars are just sort of parked with their hoods up and everybody's checking them out.
Yeah, so I'll bring up my blush of life then, now that I'm here.
Okay, so give me a rouse check to have Blush of Life up as you walk around the car races.
It's gonna go great, guys.
Whether you succeed or not it doesn't matter. Your Blush of Life still works. Okay, so you get out of the car
Yeah, Allie's hungry.
and you are like shaking, maybe even a little bit. You're on edge. You need to get a bite to eat here and soon. Did you bring anything with you? Oh, bagger of mine.
I would have brought one bag with me for the night because
In a cooler in the trunk.
with everything that's been going on, like Allie wouldn't
Okay.
risk hunting.
So it will take the entire scene to consume that, but like, so how are you hiding it as you walk around?
I imagine that Allie's had to get
Probably
creative over the years, and like, yeah, it's just in a big. No, she like I feel like Allie's probably had to get like creative over the years, and like she's got it in something that looks like a Capri Sun,
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
and is just walking around with it.
Okay.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Okay. So your
Like, she
hunger,
makes sure that
your
like
hunger
she.
is gonna remain
you
at
know.
4.
Mhm.
Okay. But you know, you're working
Yeah.
on it.
She makes sure that she like fluffs up her hair, makes sure her tits are up and
Yeah.
up.
Oh,
so-
absolutely. That's what I do when I get to a street race. Do you want
She doesn't
or
wanna fit in here.
the alternative
These
is
are
to
her
just
hooligans.
the alternative is to just sit in the car for a moment and consume the bag there.
With your
man.
buddies, the rats.
Yeah, maybe I feel like I should do that instead. Like, it'd
Okay.
probably be safer.
All right. So
But
you're
she's like watching out the window for any sign of like anybody that she knows or
absolutely,
anything like that.
absolutely, and you do see some familiar faces. Hank slips out of the car at some point with him and his friends.
Okay.
Okay. He's like, please don't leave without me. I don't want to be left alone in Etobicoke.
You got it, Hank.
Okay. With
Don't go too far away.
at
What's
this
that supposed to mean?
around the same time,
Rude.
the rest of you have arrived as well. So you see the falafel truck. All the kids here are like somewhere between the age of 16 and at the top 25. It is a very young crowd. There are cars that Daddy's money has souped up to the nth degree. There are, there is revving, there is exhaust, there is people checking, and all the cars have some sort of lighting detail. So there is fluorescent lights everywhere. And there's at least 100, maybe even 200 people here gathered to watch the race. As the five of you maybe move about, you immediately notice the car you're looking for is not here.
Interesting.
Too easy.
But there are lots of people that you're sure must know Aziz or, have heard of him.
Does it seem obvious immediately? Anybody wearing that like symbol of the
Good call. So
jackals?
yeah, you start to look around, and there is two cars parked side by side, and I don't know if anyone's characters have any sort of mechanical experience, but if you had to guess which two cars are the most souped up, these would be them. They probably have the most money put in them, or they at least appear that way. And there are a number of guys and girls around the cars, and you do notice a couple of those patches that were mentioned.
As we got out of the car, Hans turns to Rosalie. He shrugs off his jacket wordlessly and goes to put it on her shoulders and help her get it on.
Oh, okay. A gentleman.
Yeah.
And to that end, Hans, your bird is still out roaming the city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hans, as he does this, he puts a maroon hanky in his back pocket.
Okay.
That he had in his jacket pocket. He puts it in his back pants pocket. And if you know about cruising, Hans is cruising while we're out.
Okay. The fishing lines are out. The fishing lines are out.
Get it.
All right. So yeah, there's two cars that seem to be what you're looking for.
Could Hans also activate his flush of life because he wants to try the falafel?
Absolutely. So give me a rouse check. So just so everybody knows, blush of life essentially gives you color in your cheeks, but you can also imitate human bodily functions: eating, smoking, crying, sex. If you had to pee or fake a poop, I guess you could do that if you had something in your system. But for all intents and purposes, you look more human. And you succeeded. Even if you failed, it would have succeeded. You just would have got more hungry. So there you go. Hans has engaged Blush of Life. That will certainly help him in his, what did you call it?
Cruising?
Cruising? Yes.
Yes. He's cruising and he wants to eat some beanie balls.
Okay, so you go over to the falafel truck and get some falafel?
Yeah, I say, with extra pickles, please. And I go to slip him the money, and I look up into his eyes and smize at him.
Yeah. Are we engaging any powers as we do this? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm just obviously really interested. And he says, I've heard about your stand for a while.
The young man working the stand grins at that, and you get maybe a little extra on there as he slides it over and takes your money.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And I leave, and I say, you can keep the change. And I assume he has a tip jar in motion.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's always.
And my very nice like bangs, kind of like they do like the thing in anime where it's just a very handsome man.
Yes. Not only that, you feel like you've probably got some extra falafel there. The smell is fantastic if falafels are your thing. But you do think to yourself, if you bring yourself to eat these, if Hans brings himself to taste these, there will come a time where that blush of life is going to run out.
Yes, I know.
And then you're going to be vomiting these. So, as delicious as they look, it does cross your mind that they never come up quite the same.
Hans 100% is the type of person who knows that eating is suffering for him.
Yes.
But he's kind of into suffering and eating.
Exactly.
He's like me in that regard.
I will also say that, Rosaline, as you walk about here, your Toreador need for beauty is in, like, there are cars that you are drawn to, and then there are cars that you find absolutely repulsive. But something about maybe the neon coloring on one of the sets of the cars, you just sort of get like a hyperfixation, sort of a fascination with them. And this is something that comes over all Toreadors when like things of beauty are around, and it's not necessarily sort of traditional things that are found beautiful. So anything you can find beauty in as a Toreador, and these cars are particularly like good looking for whatever reason.
Yeah, she would. I mean, she's into what she finds beautiful is something that can that's like destructive or
oh yeah,
something like that. So
like
then
sense. I'm gonna say that you're like looking at tires, just imagining them getting shredded off the starting line and things like that. Like just like the sheer power of the engine destroying these wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That group that had the people with the patches, is there one person in particular that's getting a lot of attention over there? Or like kind of commanding the crowd?
Yeah, I'll say that there's one guy in particular. I don't know if he's commanding, but like he's telling the stories about how great his driving skills are.
Okay. Okay.
I would like to do a blush of life and kind of go over to the group of who we're presuming are that particular like gang.
Yep.
And kind of play my like cougar act.
Fantastic.
And start flirting with the younger boys.
So Tony, give me a rouse check for your blush of life, and then I would like to give me a persuasion manipulation check.
Okay. All right. Persuasion.
So you also, Tony, are incredibly hungry at the moment. Maybe it's all this crowd, all these people. Maybe it's just the ridiculous amount of like false testosterone in the air at events like these. I don't know.
It's the Axe body spray.
Yeah,
it's all the Axe body
there's
spray,
a lot of
body spray.
that mixed with the smell of shawarma. Oh my god!
What a
So,
wow.
So Tony, what does the cougar say as she
what does the cougar
say? What does the cougar say as she approaches this Axe body sprayed, pimple creamed?
I didn't think of this before I said it. Oh goodness.
These are the consequences of your actions.
These are the consequences of my actions. Okay.
Rosaline is gonna be
evening.
nearby because she wants to learn what's going on here.
Okay, okay.
Like,
Yeah. Watch and learn, young one.
This
Hey.
is how the therapist out
Okay,
therapists the boys.
Everybody be quiet. We need to listen to this cougar.
An awful lot of power you have underneath that hood.
Mhm.
Where are you getting the funds to get this kind of power?
The guy pushes up off his hood. Allie, you are with this group.
Of course
Okay.
I am.
You've already come over. You recognize some familiar faces here. You even know the guy that is just pushing off. His name is Malik, and his last name is Carr, spelt K-A-U-R, Malik Carr, but the boys call him Torque.
Of course they do.
And you were just about to ask him, like, if he'd seen Aziz, because him and Aziz are pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
And then this cougar walks in with, like, a band shirt. I need to know the band. What band shirt are we wearing there, Tony?
Please tell me it's the Clash. It needs to be the Clash.
It's the
Clash? Okay, fair, perfect.
Just
With the
because.
Clash, like, which none of these boys and girls crowded around the car would even know
Ever
who the
heard
fuck
of.
the
Yeah,
Clash
no.
is. And he's
Is
like,
this the same kid that was
It's
commanding
the
a lot
Clash
of presents?
in
Yes.
honor of
yeah,
the
this is the
spirit,
same. This is the
because
same
he's
braggart.
still mourning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he like pushes up off the car. He really, you can tell he's all about Tony now. He's like, well, I'll have to give you a ride. This is 100% funded by falafel and shawarma sales.
Oh, really? Since when does falafel give you that kind of a push?
You'd be surprised, he says. You'd be surprised. You can sit in her if you'd like.
In her? What about on top of her?
There is a lot of, like, all of his friends are like amazed by that line, and there is sort of smirks, grimaces, and snorts go around, and he lowers the hood for you.
She slides like one cheek up on the side of the hood and crosses her legs.
Okay, a fantastic pose down for anybody watching. There are a number of gang members around, both male and female, that need to maybe pick their jaw up.
She's also got on like her tightest jeans, so
Of course. So their attention is all sort of on Tony. What's everybody else doing? Maggie, I'm going to say that Hans has just arrived with the group. Has his falafels. Has he eaten any?
He's eaten some for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. So we've begun the vomit cycle here. Okay.
Countdown's on.
He's into it.
He's into it.
Is anyone not like attention drawn to this? Like, would
Oh no,
I
they all
notice
want to see if this guy's going to be able to talk the talk. With
Can I tell that Allie's not
Allie's just
paying
like
attention to it?
whatever.
Yeah.
right?
Or
I'm
annoyed?
totally standing there, like, watching this happen, going, what the fuck?
Yeah. Clearly one is like,
And Allie does have the blush of life on, right? So
yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily know.
No,
But-
that's right. However, I'm going to say Rosaline. I got to see if you can. Yeah, this is a passive ability for you. You can see supernatural things in clear sight. And normally there's a roll involved, but I want to make this. You can tell that Allie. Everybody's here is mortal, but the one girl that looks unimpressed is like you.
Okay.
Also,
gonna-
you have heightened senses, so I'm going to say you've even noticed a rat or two running around.
Aw, interesting. Yeah, I guess noticing this, Rosalie would just strut right up to Allie and even be so bold to just like put an arm on your shoulder and just be like, why do you seem so put out?
Can
Are
I
you not
help
enjoying
you?
the show?
Oh no, I'm thoroughly enjoying watching Torque get his ass handed to him by whoever the fuck that is. Friend of yours.
That is a master at her work, let me tell you.
Uh-huh.
It's not
So what
often
are
as
you
a
doing
GM I
here?
feel entirely out of place, but I'm there right now.
Can I just be like standing behind them, like 3 feet, listening?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, much like the unpopular kid or the nerd in school, Gray kind of finds herself like suddenly the circle has pushed her out and she's not standing in it anymore. She doesn't even know how that happened.
That's okay.
This is a coercion I don't know how to do.
I remember that I am fully capable of using certain abilities
Yep.
to change people's attention if I need to.
Yeah, you could
but I
change
don't
this
need
really
to
quick
right
if
now.
you wanted to. You could change this really
Yeah.
quick if you wanted to.
Very much
So I'll just chill and see what I can hear.
Okay. Jacques, you're like towering over all these little shits. What are you doing?
I'm just going around looking at all the cars.
Yeah, like everybody here
Checking
looks.
things out.
Everybody here like thinks they're tough, but you know damn well, like they're not.
That I am.
They're not in the woods swinging an axe. You know, cutting down Canadian maple.
You people are.
and drinking maple syrup right from the jar. Like these
Straight
wussies
from the
couldn't do-
jug, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
There are
I
a couple
tap
of
those
couple
trees
of
and
them
just
that
drink
have
straight
bites,
out of
though.
them. I don't even bother boiling it.
Okay.
Yeah, they've never tasted.
Wait,
maple
just straight from
sap.
the my diabetic.
Straight from the tree.
Straight from the
It's not
tree.
sweet
Lord.
straight from the tree.
Now, what
Hardcore.
kind
Yeah,
of
no, I'm just
vampire
going
you
around.
are?
I'm just kind of over, like, listening to whatever's going on around me and just, like, checking out cars and looking intimidating so nobody bothers me.
Okay.
No, like you do.
All right.
Yep.
No one bothers you.
Yeah. It's the club with Kieran all over again. Everybody's younger and is like, who's that old dude?
Where are these old dudes?
Pretty
Okay.
much.
I feel like Rosaline would probably notice that, like, Allie is keeping one eye on what's happening with Torque, but is also very focused on the crowd. Like, looking at hands to make sure that there are no, like, devices in hands that are not cell phones.
Okay.
What is it that you're here for? Exactly.
Looking for a friend. Who are you exactly?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget to introduce myself. I'm Rosaline. Pleasure.
And
That's great.
Rosaline does
Why are you
not have
here?
blush of life, right? On right
Not
now.
right now, no.
Did you shake her hand as she extends it to you, Allie?
No, I feel like
Okay.
I've hung out with Lacey enough that I'm like, uh-huh, that's great. What are you doing here?
Just looking for someone.
And who might that be?
It's just gonna be very blunt. What was the name again? Aziz
Yeah,
something?
Aziz's body. Aziz's body.
Allie
Aziz
would
body.
kind of stop. And what do you want with that idiot?
Yeah, and just as Torque is kind of leaning in to Tony a little bit, like maybe his leg is even touching your leg, and he's trying to look cool, but you think he's terrified.
I'm just gonna like
When
look
they-
over at him and be like,
everyone-
"Torque, you're gonna hurt yourself."
Everyone
And then
hears
back at Rosaline.
Aziz's name mentioned, and they turn at that point.
Oh, I was hoping I whispered it. Oops.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's overheard.
Okay, that's fine.
Great.
Oh.
Torque, who was about to say something to Tony, goes, Aziz. I mean, Allie knows Aziz.
Yeah.
Gesundheit?
What a coincidence!
Thanks,
It's
Torque.
wonderful to hear.
You're gonna hurt yourself with that one.
He looks at Tony like, what could that possibly mean? And so, some of the other people gathered there is like, what's Aziz done now?
Any of y'all seen him lately?
No, he's been hanging out
How
with
long's
that
it
new
been?
girl.
Mm-hmm. I know.
What's her name again?
Kira.
Oh fuck, that's it. Yeah, Kira.
Seen either of them lately?
Everybody starts saying no. Do you want? Everyone can give me a. Actually, I'm not gonna worry about rolling this because there's so many of you. All of you notice that Torque holds back on that. Everybody says no and shakes their head, and Torque has a look of concern.
Tony's gonna lean forward, showing all of her assets. Oh, darling, you seem to be the only person that isn't so sure about whether they've seen them or not.
I didn't say I saw him. I didn't say that.
I know, you didn't say anything at all. That's the problem.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. And he literally turns and starts to walk away.
I'm
I'm going to
I can
stand
hear
in front of him.
Okay, yes, you heard. To answer Allie.
Okay.
Gray is going to stand in front of him?
Yep.
Okay, so he runs into Gray as he's leaving the circle. He's like, who the fuck is this?
And I'm just going to put my hand on his shoulder and say, it's okay. Why don't you tell us everything you know? And I'm going to use entrancement.
Nice.
So just so we all know, that we can all learn from Gray's example here, a lot of vampire abilities, mortals don't get a roll to resist. And I'm pretty sure that this is one of those.
Yeah, I just need his attention, but I have to do a rouse check, so.
You do have to do a rouse check, because you are pulling on your power here.
And I failed.
So you do get more hungry. And what do you ask of him?
I just say, why
Hans is
don't you
acting
come with us and tell us everything you know about this situation? I don't want you to feel concerned. We'll take care of it for you. And I'll just start like walking away with him and kind of look back, expecting everyone that's with me to follow me.
So as you watch this happen, Torque goes from like being like, who the fuck is this in front of him, to sort of like this like puppy fascination, like all the sort of goo eyes he was giving to Tony before. It's like there is no other women in the world except for Gray right now. He just toes into line and starts to follow.
Love this character.
She's
so good. She's
I
terrible.
sort of
She's so
clock that happening, and like I'm assuming that the boys are still watching. So like I look at one of them. I'm like, hey, Goggles, isn't it time to start the next heat?
Oh, yeah. I love that his name is Goggles, by the way. So like, so he starts hooting and hollering and yelling, and and the cars start to pull into place, except for Torque's, of course. And you got the group of you, I guess, follow Gray.
Hans is gonna give Gray a look as like to imply like that if he can stay and watch what's going on, just like a small nod.
I'll just like,
Yeah.
I would like Gray to roll a wit streetwise to see if she can even catch that implication.
streetwise wits.
Yes, please.
Bored. It's gonna be interesting. I'll tell you that right now. Nope.
Not only that, it's a bestial failure. So
Yep.
whatever sort of gang sign or head tilt that Hans just gave you, it affronts your Ventru personality, and you have to take control of this situation somehow, Gray.
Oh no.
Oh man, that's right. Okay.
I was
Oh, no.
do your worst.
I'll just look at Hans and be like,
Hans,
like, get over here.
Hans
Get
gives a
over
nod
here.
and just starts strolling over. He still is eating his falafel, by the way. 'cause
Okay,
there's
absolutely.
extra falafel. So
And with every bite, Gray, you can like hear Hans chewing and like munching. And it's like he can't even eat that. He's going to puke later, and just in your presence, for God's sakes. You're like,
So amateur.
what's your hunger at?
4.
I'd like you to make a frenzy test, please.
Oh no.
God, please don't eat my bro.
It's gonna be-
Please don't eat Torque.
It's resist frenzy, right?
That's correct.
It
A
tastes
resist
like
frenzy test
metal.
under your willpower.
he tastes like a wrench.
You're supposed to be the leader.
Oh,
come
I'm
on.
fine.
Okay.
good.
Like
She's more than in control.
that beast in the back, that beast that sometimes speaks to you in the back of your mind is like, this little shit, this little like, we don't even know his clan. He's worthless. He's like, you should just put him in his fucking place. And then you're
What
like,
does that use? 7 dice.
it uses willpower. It uses willpower. I'm not sure why it went to 7. Because what's your willpower? 5?
Yeah.
Your partner just disappeared like a ghost. He's a wraith. Of the
And,
But I
world.
do
Through
have
the Cyber
like
City.
really high stamina, composure, and resolve, so I don't know if any of that matters.
Oh, no. I think you've got your 5 dice there, plus your new ability, Unswayable Mind, may have added an extra 2 dice to that
Oh.
for you
Oh.
to stay in control.
Dang. Okay.
I might
No,
be
she's
wrong.
even more controlling now. Wow.
Interesting.
Hans
All right.
does pick
Let's
up
not
that-
question it. You resisted it. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So people are running about, and everybody's like cheering for the race to start, and you guys have sort of isolated yourselves a little bit away from all that. Not too far. You're still within earshot, and you can hear the engines roaring. But the 6 of you now have Torque, and he should probably be terrified, but he's just like if Gray will let him, he holds her hand.
Gray
Sure.
doesn't have blush of life up, right?
Nope.
No. And you probably recognize that she turned this a little too quickly.
Yeah. Just look at her and just say, "Is that necessary?"
Yep. Sure is.
So
Right.
who are you? Hans says between bites, looking up at Allie, then looking back down at the falafel.
Our new friend.
I don't think we've been properly introduced yet, though. I'm Jacques.
Ellie just like looks way up at Sean.
Jacques extends a hand.
I love that we've turned Jacques into the mountain man. I don't know if Alyssa ever intended him to be that way, but he's just like Paul Bunyan down out of the mountains.
He's a very, very
Massive
big
and not very
lumberjack.
bright.
the French Paul Bunyan.
Yes, I love it.
All right.
Um,
Just like look at your hand. Allie, nice to meet you.
If Jacques
Nice
does
to
not
meet
have
you,
blush
Allie.
of life on, so he's cold
Mhm.
when you shake his hand.
And terrifying.
Allie is warm.
I'll just turn back to this Torque kid and say, my dear, please, we're so concerned about your friend. You said no
I
one's
am
seen him in a
too.
very long time. Where is he?
He's
And this Kira, you said?
oh, She dumped him.
No.
Yeah. He's taking it really
Just
hard.
Snorts.
He's taking it really hard. He's over at an Airbnb they've been staying at.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He's in a bad way. I've been bringing him food, but he's not really eating.
Where's
Bring
he
him
at?
any of these.
He goes, he looks at you, and then he looks back at Gray like, am I allowed to talk to this person?
Go ahead.
I love the eye roll. Sorry. He says it's at an apartment over in Norseman Heights, which is in the south end of Etobicoke. It's a little village. It's actually not far from Han's restaurant. And he gives you an address.
Well, I'll tell you what. We can go check on him for you, and we'll make sure he's just fine and dandy. We'll help him get over this. Kira sounds like she was bad for him.
Well, I mean, she's trouble.
Most women are. Keep that in mind.
He
glances
to Tony for a moment and then nods at you.
I'll like squeeze his hand. Now, run off, have your little race. Drive fast.
I'm gonna win it for you.
Forget all about Torque.
You're gonna win it for her.
Aziz.
Oh, thank you, dear. And if you ever feel like donating any money, any of that car money, my way, by all means. I run a community organization. We can always use the help.
Gray, really?
Do you give him a business card or something?
Might as well, yeah.
Okay.
Might as well.
Tony, were you making him forget? Is that what I heard you say?
I would like to tell him to forget all about Aziz. Yeah,
Okay.
if we can.
Do you have cloud memory?
I do,
Well, then we can totally do that.
but I don't think I have enough to make him forget about a person. Only
let's see.
a few minutes.
Yeah, only a few minutes, but you could cloud the meeting that you've just had with him, where he wouldn't remember you guys asking him, or he wouldn't even remember his favorite Gray.
And Torque, why don't you go ahead and forget about this? Just have a great time tonight.
You see him just sort of sigh and walk away, and he looks back over his shoulder for just a moment, and there's like no recollection in his eyes that he knows anybody except for Allie, and he waves at Allie.
Let's go.
Out of like earshot, I spin around. All right, so who are all of you? Gray, is it?
Gonna hold my head for a minute and be like, seriously, Gray.
What?
Always networking. That could have gone so bad.
He'd said he had a lot of money.
He's a kid and he's an idiot.
Me.
Yeah, well, idiots spend their money on all
You know
sorts
so
of fun
well,
things.
they probably just built those cars off of stolen parts.
I don't know.
As you're talking, Torque reaches his car, and people start chanting his name.
Let's get out of here and go find this kid so he can take us to this
Okay, what exactly
horrible
is
woman.
your interest in Aziz?
Yes.
Who the hell are all you people again?
Hans is pointedly not introducing himself. He's just looking at Gray the entire time.
We're sort of the powers that be around here. Who the hell are you?
Concerned friend.
Mm-hmm. Well, then if you're so concerned, maybe you should come with us to check on him.
Is there enough room in this Camry?
Yeah, the Camry, it's really safe. Very reliable.
You have an excellent vehicle.
I feel like I don't give a shit. Not all of you are fitting in the Camry.
5 stars.
No,
Safety
it's-
rating.
I just see everyone. I see everyone piling in the Camry,
piling in.
driving away, and Hank is left behind going, "I told you! I told you!
I'll tell
Like,
Allie
that's
they can
what-
ride in the trunk if they want.
Motherfucker!"
Allie's kind of thinking about Hank. She's like, I'll drive myself, thank you. You, and looks at Rosalie and then up at Jacques. You might want to blend in a little bit better. You especially.
No
Gray, you
need.
stick straight out.
There's no need. We're leaving, and no one here remembers us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I only made the one forget.
Yeah, well, no one else
You
saw
really
me, and no
are
one else
getting-
cares about me. So can we just go?
I care about you if that
She's
makes it
just a
different.
little upset because they were actually ignoring her.
I
But
look at
it's okay.
Tony. I look at
Great.
Tony and I'm like,
Hilarious.
does she not know what's going on in the city?
No, she knows what's going on in the city. Unfortunately, she wasn't the one that was almost killed the last time we were involved in something. You're getting a little cocky.
You were almost killed.
It all turned out fine.
Yeah, but she wasn't, so it's fine. We should just
But
go
did
check
you
this
die?
out. It's okay,
Han
guys.
doesn't reveal this information to Allie because she's a stranger, but he knows that somebody in this party has already met final death. Hans is like, you want me to ride with our new acquaintance?
Sure.
Yep.
Insurance.
Yep. Good
Yeah.
plan.
Here, let me exchange numbers with you all first, in case something were to happen.
Absolutely.
Now,
My only concern
I-
right now is that you're getting a little cocky for your britches. We need to keep it together, Gray.
I am trying to keep this group on track, and you're eating falafel.
Gray, give me another frenzy
Let's
check.
Go.
Gray, give me another frenzy check as Tony tries to get you to humble yourself a bit. And how dare she?
That's
Yourself
not
before you wreck
fair.
yourself.
Check yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh.
So I'll give you a choice here, Gray. You can put her in her place aggressively any way you like, whether that means dominate or presence or whatever the case. Or you can take a point of willpower damage.
No, Gray would definitely try to take charge of the situation.
Okay.
Oh no.
I think I'll use compel to tell her to
Things are about to
stop
go down. Okay, hold on a second here.
talking.
The show's no longer on the track. It's over here.
Oh no.
Can I eat in your car, by the way?
I'd rather you didn't.
I'll eat these faster then.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna throw up in the car.
In the car.
Oh no.
We're gonna have
He's
cleaning
gonna be
fees by the
so
end of the night.
pissed.
You know, I
Why
do
is it
eat a
not the
lot
case?
in general, so if we're working together, you might want to, get used to it. I'm quite quiet about it now. Before, when I first started, oh my gosh, it sounded like a crow.
Why would you do this to yourself?
So I need you not to use I need you to physically attack her somehow.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll grab her by the neck and say, "Be quiet.
Okay.
We're done talking."
So are we using any mental powers prior to this? Like, is that what you're telling me, or are we gonna bite her, or punch her, or kick her, or what are we
I'll
gonna do?
still use compel if I have to, but yeah, I'll
Okay.
just grab her by the neck and be like, "We're done talking. Decisions have been made, and like, it's time to leave."
And she lays hands on Tony. So here we go. We're
Oh
gonna
my
do-
But not in the nice way, like
Not in the
Ella.
power way.
So we're going
Not
to
in the
go.
way Tony likes.
No, we're going to go to compel here, and we're just going to check this out. So you need to have eye contact, and I'm going to say that you have that. However, you need to roll. Gray needs to roll a charisma plus however many dots she has in dominate. So what you're going to do is go into your charisma, and when it asks you for another, you're going to choose the none option. and then you're going to give yourself 1 point of. I think you have 1 point in dominate, so you're going to have a 1 point bonus dice, and that should get us to what we need. You are going to oppose this, Tony, with a intelligence resolve check.
Three successes.
And Gray comes in hot with 3. Tony, if you would like to, you can use a willpower to re-roll 2 of those dice.
Okay, that's just a willpower reroll.
That's right. And when it's asked you for how many dice, you say 2.
Difficulty 2?
Yeah. That brings you to 4. So the compel does not work, and you can see that Gray has lost control. So what would you like to do?
I would like to attempt to cloud her memory and tell her to forget.
Let's do that. Okay, so for cloud memory, we're doing an opposed check again. Everyone is going to have an opportunity to react here as well, but I'm going to give it to these two first to sort of decide where this goes. So for cloud memory, you're going to roll charisma plus dominate. So you're going to click on charisma and then no second attribute, and then your dominate pool is 1. And Gray's going to resist this with wits plus resolve.
Do I get to use my fortitude also?
Oh, yes, you do, because you have unswayable mind, so you get a bonus of 2 dice. So wits plus resolve with a bonus of 2. If Tony wants to, she can burn willpower to re-roll the 2 that didn't come up the way she wanted them to.
I will do that.
Oh, you know what? No, you can't, because those are all hunger dice, aren't they? Yes, they are. Because what's Tony's hunger at?
4.
Okay, we're going to have you make a frenzy check, too.
I'm so hungry tonight. Goodness.
Wow.
So
all those dice and just 2 successes.
She tells you to forget. You don't forget. Can we have, there we go. Okay. So you're not frenzying. What's everyone else about to do? The 2 of them are looking at each other. Fangs are coming out, and Gray looks like she's about to bite Tony.
Just look at.
Can I use my
Rosaline, who's,
intimidation?
like, leaning on me. Are you still leaning on me, Keisha?
Oh yeah.
Question?
Yeah. So like, Allie just looks over at Rosaline, and is like, "Well, you look dangerous. You want to ride with me?
Yeah.
Let's go."
All right.
Question? Is
Yeah.
it like a code break to drink from, like, is it just a bite, or like if you bite you have to drink, like?
No, you can just bite to inflict harm.
Okay, I was just making sure.
But with their
Hans,
with their hunger, they would probably bite and then try to drink.
Can
both hungry.
Hans, he had his phone out, remember?
Yes.
From exchanging numbers. He wants to just record the audio. And he puts his phone in his pocket.
I love it. Okay. Jacques? Rosaline
Jacques
and
about to
Allie
get
turn
really
and walk
cranky.
away. And the new guy, Hans, doesn't seem to be doing anything, just watching. What are
Not
you
our
going to do?
problem.
Well, he put his phone in his pocket. I imagine the
I'm
camera's
gonna
kinda
yell
facing
cool
out.
at everyone and roll an intimidation check.
Okay, can you give me intimidation strength, please? For your
Okay.
Actually, no. Intimidation charisma.
Oh,
Okay.
you sweet lumberjack boy.
Yeah. Intimidation on this thing. Okay, intimidation. Second attribute, charisma.
No bonus dice.
Submit. So difficulty. Yeah. Okay. Submit.
There we go.
Great.
Gray, I'm going to give you an opportunity to re-roll your Resist frenzy.
Okay. Come on.
So,
Technically succeed.
yeah, you are
Rolling terrible.
You are fucking pissed. But Jacques steps between the two of you, and he is loud and sort of abrupt enough that Gray realizes, she's lost control and manages to struggle to get it back. However, I'm going to give you a willpower damage.
Okay.
Not aggravated, but a slash.
Just picture Jacques looking like the dude, if you've ever seen Brawny Paper Towels, he looks like that dude, but like with brown hair.
Tony, I'm gonna give you a willpower damage as well. This is the first time that the two of you have had any sort of confrontation like this, and yeah, it's a bit abrupt. You get in the car. I'm going to say at this point, we're going to end scene there, and we're going to travel to where Aziz is. We're going to take our break right now. And then when we come back, we'll be arriving at the house where Torque told you to go. Sound good? Sound like a plan?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be right back, everybody.
That's what I'll say
Control
we'll
of our
do.
team.
We've just been joking about all the scheming and the plotting, and so we
Taking
drive
control of our team one neck at a time.
We drive over to
Gray's a good liar.
We drive over to Norseman Heights, which is sort of a well-to-do neighborhood in Toronto. It's in the west side. You're still in Etobicoke. On the way, everybody's driving separate cars. Hans, on the way, you puke.
Mm-hmm.
So we are switching scenes. So everyone's blush of life is now back down. Hans, you yak out the window. And then you also mentioned, we'll throw this out here so anybody listening, watching knows. You then take the video and sound that you have, and you send that to your sire.
Yeah, I say, Cecilia, this might be important. Gray is the one strangling Tony, and Jacques is intervening. Met somebody named Allie and Rosalie. Do not reply to this message.
Yeah. Also, while we're talking about cell phones here, all of you know that, cell phone traffic is monitored by governments, whether we want to admit it or not. And it is assumed that the Inquisition has connections to... direct open talk about vampires, etc. would be a no-no. But nothing that just transpired. I'm not saying anything that just transpired is like that kind of a threat, but just so we all know, have all the fun with the emojis and try to figure out how to send messages. We've been doing that. It's a blast. Peaches.
Also, at this point,
groceries and more groceries.
Sorry,
he
go
has
ahead.
taken photos of his car's floor and all of the side as he's throwing up to kind of throw people off in case the video is seen.
Okay.
There's random photos or video implying he left his lock screen open.
All right. So listen, you drive into this more affluent part of Etobicoke in Toronto. The population here is still pretty dense, though. There's a lot of apartments and things like that. Mm-hmm. And the address that you were directed to is a 2-story house that has been very, 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 very modified. Like, it's been renovated. And it looks like there's a livable space downstairs, but the second floor is what's being rented out like an Airbnb. And the directions that Torque gave you says that he's on the second floor and that you use the stairs up the back. Is any of us taking any sort of precautions as we drive into the neighborhood?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What sort of precautions are we taking exactly?
I'm definitely like taking the long route. Probably taking a couple of wrong turns.
Okay.
Making Siri redirect me multiple times.
Okay. Okay.
How far is the walk from my place to their place?
Half hour.
Got it. Okay. Hans.
A drive, we're talking like 10 minutes.
Okay. Hans is going to, because he knows the area decently well, he's going to maybe park in like, just like a little ways away, like one of the side blocks, and then walk over.
Okay. Eventually, are we parking nearby? So Hans is parking a block over.
Mm-hmm.
Can I look for like black vans, trucks, whatever kind of Inquisition stuff we saw before?
That you saw before? Sure. Why don't you give me a awareness wits? And actually, can I have all drivers? Make me an awareness wits?
Hans is so pretty.
Just like Jock is really strong.
Allie's really
Same thing,
fast,
Maggie.
and Hans is really pretty. And Gray is totally trustworthy.
Yep.
Tony's totally sane. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Rosalie, what are you totally?
So,
Mysterious. Sorry, Jack.
no, that's fine. Allie, I should have given you a bonus dice because Hank is in the back seat. So I'm just gonna give you 2 bonus successes for Hank as well. So that brings you to 4. So listen.
I was gonna ask, do I know that he's there?
Yeah, he got in with you. And he's like, thank God you didn't bring those other people.
Do you recognize any of them, Hank?
No. To be honest, though, the sheriff doesn't let me get out very much.
Right now it's kind of dangerous, so.
Do you think they're trustworthy?
Hell no.
Did you see the way that...
The only one that might be is the very tall one, and that's because he doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
The only one that might be a murderer.
What I would like to go around with him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if they attack me, he's all yours.
Make sure you don't meet the gaze of the one they call Gray.
Yeah, I noticed.
Keep your eyes down.
I noticed.
So, with that, those of you that rolled the 2 successes, if you rolled 3 or higher, then you don't, you're fine. You succeeded that check. But if you rolled only 2, your character kind of feels like maybe there was a car driving behind them a little too long. Or maybe that man on the corner of the street looked at you not quite right. And maybe you're just being paranoid. But as you arrive in this neighborhood, you maybe feel a little bit on edge. Nothing that you have to mechanically apply to your character, but just note that, like, there's a bit of paranoia creeping into you. Those of you that rolled 3 or higher realize that there are no boogeymen there. There was no one following you. Okay?
Were there any Inquisition vehicles?
You didn't see anything like that.
Okay.
So, as you arrive here, and I'm going to say you're maybe... Can we say that you're on the street, maybe walking down the street, just like you're out for an evening stroll or something? The 6 of you can see the building. There's no lights on the second floor. There is lights on the main floor, like someone is maybe watching TV late at night.
And he told us what number he's into.
Yeah, he should be in the upper unit.
Okay.
Oh, he's your
Allie's
friend.
going.
Lead the way.
You,
You
want
know,
me
you could
to-
smile. Might blend in a little bit better.
I smile all the time.
I don't doubt that. I go.
Gray, did you want me to keep lookout? I can be quite stealthy. What do you prefer?
Keep your eyes peeled for big trucks, big vans, and I don't know. Anyone that looks like their name might be Kira, I guess.
Do you want me to be in the room with you guys, and look out
We
the
do
window?
have a
Do you
photo
want-
of Kira. Like, you can be watching specifically.
Oh, we know what. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Do-
Angel
do you
gave
wa-
you photographs.
Do you want me to stay outside so that I can listen out here, or do you want me to look outside the window?
What do the windows look like?
So, I did forget to mention this. It's a little cooler. Like, it's going to be winter soon in Toronto. And the nights are cold, so you can see your breath when you're outside at night. So the windows here, maybe a little frosted around the edges, maybe a little foggy. The windows on the main floor of the house, there are no lights except for sort of the front window. Maybe a TV room or a living room is beyond that. There are curtains, but they're sheer, and you can see light through them. And you can see sort of the changing lights of a television being watched. The second floor, though, all the lights are out.
I think I want you to have a clear view of everything. Why don't you kind of hang out on the stoop and just see what you see?
Can vampires get cold? Okay, I was just asking if I needed my jacket back. No, Hans actually would ask for a back.
In fact, only people with
Yeah,
Blush of
I
Life would even create breath. So,
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking too.
yeah,
Yeah.
so Hans is going to ask for his jacket back just in case he has to be a person again.
okay.
Oh yeah.
And then you will see Hans disappear as
Okay.
he uses his ability. I don't have to be naked to use this ability, right? I can just do it.
Are we talking about obfuscate?
Yeah,
God, I
Yeah.
hope we don't have to be naked to use it.
No, we don't.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or at least we didn't last time.
No, I know. I'm just teasing you. Yes, so Hans has level 1 obfuscate.
yes.
So Hans has to remain still while he does this. Oh, he has Cloak of Shadows. Hell, he can
Yeah.
move around. Never mind. So Hans just fades away.
I'm
Can
gonna volunteer
I-
to stay down with Hans as well, because
Okay.
I can do the same
Oh
thing.
no, sorry. Hans has level 1, just Cloak of Shadows, so he has to stay still. So is Jazzy? Jazzy. Is Tony doing that as well?
I will do the same. Yes.
Okay, so you two obfuscate out on the street by remaining still. Hans is near the front stoop. Is that correct? And where is Tony gonna be?
How many points are there that we would have to cover to like watch?
So the houses
the
are
whole
relatively
street.
close together here. There is a narrow walkway between the two buildings and a stairwell that goes up and then zigzags back on itself at the side of the house to a door that goes into the second floor.
So to cover like the entire street that any Inquisition could be coming at us.
Yeah, there's two
I
ways
kinda
down the
wanna
street.
just
There
see-
is an alleyway though behind the house.
Okay.
There's parking just on the street here.
Well, if it's Allie's way, then. Also, I
in
brought
there.
falafel down because Hans was eating falafel. I said that during break, but I understand.
Well, if Hans is gonna stay on the street, then I'll cover the alley, like at the base of the stairs, to have both
So you go to the back of the house
covered. Yep.
and again obfuscate.
Yep.
And then the other 4 are going up the stairs to the door. Does that sound fair?
Yeah. I'm going to make a mental note of every ability I see Hans use, since Justine specifically told me they don't know what kind of
Okay.
vampire
Okay.
Hans is.
So some kind of ability to control animals and to obfuscate. I mean, that seems very Nosferatu to you.
But he doesn't look like one,
But he's
so...
clearly too attractive for that, as he's already mentioned.
I have one more question.
There was a
Did
bit of spit up on his cheek, so
Sure, well, that's
a little bit
any
of yacked
vampire.
falafel right here, right? Just a little bit of schmuck. Sorry, go ahead, Maggie.
Did we rule if Eyes of the Beast, you could see them if I was obfuscated
Yes.
or not?
Oh, if you're obfuscated, no, they cannot be seen.
Mm.
Once I'm obfuscated, I activate Eyes of the Beast.
Okay.
So I can see in the dark now, too.
Yeah. The whole nightlife, the night sort of just lights up for you and you can see. Those of you that reach the top of the steps, there is a keypad like many Airbnbs where you can just punch in the code, right? And the door is looks pretty secure and locked. There's like a screen door that you open, and then this solid door with a keypad on it.
Did Zark give us the code?
No.
Would you like to do the honors, friend of Aziz?
I just give Gray a look and
I smile really obnoxiously.
knock on the door.
Okay, you knock on the door. There's a long moment and no answer.
Aziz,
Nothing.
did Jack come in here with us?
Jacques is on the stairs with you.
Yep.
Just look at this very tall mountain person, like,
I'm. Can I try to pick this lock?
Oh, you want to be all
minutes.
thiefy about it? What's your
Gonna give it a go, yeah.
You would have to use your larceny, Jacques, and I'm going to tell you something. It's not good.
I don't have any of that. No.
But you do have 4 strength.
Much like intelligence.
You do have 4 strength, and you could call on the power of your blood to get an extra 2 dice on that pool.
I think.
Oh,
I'll
you
just
also
go
have
with the
potence.
strength
You also
on
have potence, so
What?
you could engage, lethal bodies for just harming people. But we'll give you an extra dot with your potence. Do you want to do that?
Okay.
Do you want to pull on the power of your blood?
Yeah,
You could-
sure.
Pick the lock.
So let's start with a rouse check
Okay.
as Jacques makes his way up onto the little landing.
1 second here.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's good.
No, I
You
did
passed
2 again.
both of them.
That's fine. It's
Why
good.
am I always doing
It's
2?
good. So I want you to give
Um,
me an athletics plus strength. I'm going to give you
Okay,
plus
so-
2. You need to add 2 to that pool for your rouse and another 1 for your potence. So when it asks you for a modifier, it's athletics strength with a modifier of 3.
Strength.
And we're about
okay.
to see a lot of dice get rolled.
Modifier of +3, right?
Yep.
Okay, submit. Submit.
Holy shit, bro.
Wow.
Thank you.
I did it.
Just imagine Jacques hit you with that. Jacques, you put a boot to the door and the frame of the door gives way. And beyond, there is a really, really messy apartment.
Oh man. Okay, you guys.
There is the smell of body odor, like BO.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
And
humans.
there's empty pizza boxes. There's half-drank liquor bottles. There is a man lying unconscious on the couch.
Is it Aziz?
You can't see in the dark. But there's definitely someone lying on the couch.
And I
Oh,
move very quickly.
Okay.
And when the door blasted open, like, there was no movement. Yeah, you want to use your celerity to, like, zip across the room to him?
Yeah.
So Allie moves very quick.
Interesting.
Like, as soon as the door opens, her rapid reflexes kick in, and she's across the room.
I would like to keep track of Allie's abilities as well.
You go ahead and do that. When you get there, it is Aziz, and he is unconscious, face down on the couch.
Still breathing.
Yes.
I like smack him awake.
Okay.
Please wake up.
He does not wake when you slap him.
Is he hurt?
Do you roll him over and check him? Try to check him
Yeah.
out? It is dark.
Like if he's not responding, I'm definitely rolling him over and checking him and like.
All right. Why don't you give me
Someone turn on a light.
Why don't you give me a medicine? Give me a medicine intelligence check. Because I'll bet you Allie's awesome at that.
I did not make group mom. God damn it.
I could use my phone flashlight to give light.
Wow, Allie.
Oh,
It's a messy
There you
critical. It's a messy critical.
Don't remember what that means
Oh, it means lots of good things.
for you.
Okay. One moment, please. So your compulsions kick in. So,
Which ones?
well, you're a Bruja, so you take a stand against whatever or whomever they see as the status quo in the situation, which may be
Great.
points of authority. Until you've
That'll
gone
be-
against orders, expectations, you receive a 2 dice penalty on all rolls. So,
Okay.
yeah, Aziz's eyes are kind of freaky dilated. He's sweaty, clammy. If you didn't
Does
know
he
better,
look
he
like
was
he
in some sort of
overdosed?
no, the opposite. He looks like he's in some sort of withdrawal.
Okay.
Someone said they
Oh,
turned on the
oh, yeah.
lights.
I'll just use my phone flashlight.
Okay. So as your phone light flashes around the room, there is a doorway out of the room, and you can see there's a bedroom. The doorway leads into sort of like a little cubby, and off of that cubby, there's a door into a bedroom and a door into a bathroom. And there's it's a mess everywhere.
Are there curtains on the windows or blinds or something that we could pull?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I start just slowly moving around and doing that so that hopefully
Okay.
nobody's in here.
Okay. So, he's not really too responsive to you.
What's wrong with him?
I don't. Oh, well, would I know that? Because I would have seen, what's her face's
Kira?
school, yeah? From
Who's
our
school?
storyline, like I would have seen, the chick that we had to go find. I can't remember her name right now.
Jamala's school.
Yeah, Jamala's school, because she was just starting to go through withdrawal from that, right?
Well, she was antsy. Not like this, though.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. I need to get him.
With your medicine, maybe a shower or like some water might wake him up.
Okay, I zoom to the kitchen, get like a towel that is like the least disgusting.
Yeah,
in
there are
this
no towels
place.
in the kitchen.
Okay. I check the bathroom.
Okay. As Allie goes into the bathroom, what's everyone else doing? That's in the apartment.
I'd like to look in the bedroom.
Okay, so Gray moves into the bedroom.
I'll just kind of just look in this general area just to see if I find any anything unusual besides the mess?
Sure. Can you give me an investigation? Investigation intelligence? Or wits, whichever's higher, Keisha. Investigation intelligence or investigation wits. As Gray goes into the bedroom, there is some sort of an altercation has occurred in here. The bed is stained red with blood.
Oh.
The mattress is torn. Like right through the sheets and the mattress.
Interesting. Okay.
Tables are knocked over, lamps are broken. You notice that the windows, they're like, you don't even have to draw drapes. Cardboard has been duct taped up over it, as well as tin foil, and like, there is no light getting through that window.
I'm going to take pictures of this room to send to Justine.
Okay. Allie, as you walk in the bathroom and reach for the towel on the sink, you notice that the shower bar has come loose. It's fallen into the tub, and there's a noose tied to it.
And there's like nothing else in the bathroom that sort of gives anything away.
The mirror
what else might have happened.
The mirror is broken, and there are a few. It looks like when the shower curtain came down, a few of the tiles were broken. Rosaline, I will let you succeed at a cost here. You can find something, but one of your footfalls is going to be heavy enough that someone downstairs watching TV may hear it.
I will accept that, yeah.
Okay. Underneath a pizza box, you find a broken crossbow bolt. And it is not made of fiberglass. It is made of wood.
This can't be good.
Does it look like the Inquisition has been here already?
Maybe.
Okay.
Hans and Tony, can you guys give me awareness wits checks, please? And Hans, you can give me a bonus of 2 dice because of your Eyes of the Beast. So awareness wits.
Good thing I'm so good at all that. So that's pool size modifier then, or no?
Pool size modifier 2. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
So Tony, everything's clear in the back. You maybe hear a cat fight in the alleyway. And out front, Hans, you notice down the street, from the direction you came, there is a woman with a shopping cart. And she's sitting down on the sidewalk. But you notice her, she's glanced in your down towards this house a couple times. A couple more times than you would expect. Like, she's not looking everywhere, she's just looking down and then back down the street at the house and then back down. Sorry, what?
Is she within earshot?
You would have to yell.
Okay, no. Got it.
How
far?
I would say she's about 100 feet from you.
Okay.
Maybe 120.
How far is Tony?
Tony is like whereas you're on the front step, Tony's on the back step, so to speak.
So
You
are they
guys are
within
on
earshot
two
of
sides
me?
of the... To talk to Tony?
Yeah.
You've got our cell numbers, though.
No, I can't move.
Oh, okay.
You would have to raise your voice. It might be
Not
heard.
mine.
Okay,
So I think
upstairs.
there's a little back.
Upstairs, you grab a wet cloth and bring it back in. And, you know, with a little bit of work, poor Aziz seems to come around. His eyes open and they sort of roll around for a moment and then focus. And he's like, Allie?
Yeah, buddy, it's me.
Oh,
What happened?
You shouldn't be here, Allie. You shouldn't be here.
What's going on?
They came here. They took her.
Who came?
I don't know. I don't know who they are. I can't feel her anymore.
Do I understand what that means? No.
Do I understand what that means? And have I heard this from the other room?
No, you're just coming in now. Sure.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? I'll have Allie and Gray, since you both inquired about. Go ahead and give me intelligence occult. You've heard, if this is a ghoul, then that sounds like a breaking of the blood bond. That takes months to happen, by the way.
Months?
Unless they died.
No.
Okay. No? Even if they don't? Oh, okay. And he's only been missing for
A week.
like a month. A week?
You haven't had contact with him for like a week.
Okay. Aziz, what happened?
I'm not really sure. It's all kind of foggy. They came through the door. He sort of motions that way.
Who came through the door? Can you
Men.
remember any of them?
Men.
What were they wearing?
They look like soldiers.
Hmm?
There was a woman giving orders.
I think we need to get out of here.
I agree.
There was a woman giving orders, and then there was a man with a broken face.
Broken how? Aziz?
It was cracked. It was drooping. He stuck something. And he motions to the back of his neck.
They're like, look.
There are 2 bruise marks where it looks like some sort of...
Like they tasered him?
No. You think that
Oh.
he's been like it's an injection site or like a EpiPen or something.
Oh, okay.
There
Oh.
was an orange. There was an orange serum. There was an orange needle. That's when I lost her. And a tear starts to run down his face. I can't feel her anymore.
Okay, we need to I think we need to go. I think it's time for us to go, and I think Aziz should probably come with us.
He's coming with me, but yes.
That's fine. I just
don't know,
think
Allie.
I
Are
don't
you going
think
to listen
he's
to
safe
this
here.
person? I mean, like, who's giving the rules or orders around here? For centuries, you've heard about Ventru bossing Bruja around, and now here it's happening all over again, right in this fucking apartment. This is why the Bruja left the fucking Camarilla, because the Ventru would use them, you know, bark them around and order them around. So you tell me.
Go when I say we're ready to go. It's not okay
Excuse
to move
me?
yet.
Look, you're just a little tag-along, okay? I don't even know who you are.
And
Why
I've
don't
never
we
heard
get
of
out
you.
of here? Why don't we get out of here so that we don't all die? Okay?
Let's go outside for a second. Hans and Tony, just watching. I think you're muted there, Mags. Everybody's muted. Everybody's muted. Everybody's
What
muted
that?
when they come to my house.
No, I was gonna say Hans isn't moving until he hears the door open.
Okay. How about you, Tony?
Do I hear any of the commotion going on upstairs from where I am?
You can start to hear raised voices, yes. And Hans, you see that someone has gotten up from the television and sort of opens the blinds on the front and looks out and sort of is also looking up. Like they're going to see something. It's an impossible angle. But this old man is like looking up at the apartment above.
Is he hot?
Oh God, no. No.
Okay.
He's like Frasier's dad.
I mean,
Aw.
Hans would still, but Hans is pretty sure he cannot see if Hans moved, right?
He would see Hans if Hans moved.
Okay, then Hans is gonna stay still.
Okay. It's at that when you see the shadows take the woman down the street.
Great.
Something pulls her by the hair.
What?
She lets out a very quick eep as she's dragged behind a tree, and then you see a dark shape drag her behind a set of bushes down the street.
Okay, I believe that this is like an Airbnb, right?
Yeah,
Do I know that the apartment under it's an Airbnb, from what I understand, or no?
you're not sure.
Okay. Hans...
It could be, but by the look of the old man, you don't see him as an Airbnb type of guy. Like, this could very well be his house, and his kids or grandkids have set up this upstairs as an Airbnb for him to have a little bit extra income.
Got it. How long has it been? Like, is he going inside after he doesn't see anything?
Well, he's just standing in the window, sort of like craning his neck, and then you pause for a moment, and then he walks away.
Okay, Hans immediately knocks on the door. Quietly.
Okay.
Like,
So you're knocking on the door.
I dropped my eyes, by the way.
Yep.
So I can't see in the dark anymore.
And upstairs,
Upstairs, I'm like, you know what?
Aziz is trying to
If you
stand,
wanna
and he's
stay
pulling
and
on
get-
Allie.
If you want to stay and get taken out by whatever that thing is stuck in the floor that my friend found, you go right ahead. We're going to leave, everyone. It's time to go. Thanks for the information, Aziz. Have a lovely evening.
Yeah.
Hope you feel better.
Allie, Aziz whispers in your ear, "Can you give me what she gave me?"
We'll talk about it, buddy.
Please.
First, we gotta get you out of here.
I need to feel something again.
You're not gonna find that with that.
I think I will.
Hearing all this commotion, I'm gonna head up the stairs and see
Okay.
what's going on.
Yeah. You would see Hans knocking on the door.
So well, Hans, does he go to the front door for the bottom unit?
No, he's going upstairs.
Okay, that door
no
I don't.
door.
That
There's
door.
doors
That
open.
door is
Kicked it
hanging
off.
off the hinge. So the two of you
Oh.
come up, and you see the group inside.
We gotta go. Now.
Just what I
Okay.
was thinking. Let's leave.
Somebody just got taken. We gotta go.
What do you mean?
What?
A lady, she was staring at the building. I look away because the guy downstairs heard something. Look back. She's being dragged by the hair. We gotta go.
Yeah,
I'm
no
like-
time for questions, guys. Let's get out of here.
Like,
I think we're
hoisting
done.
Aziz over my shoulders.
Give me an athletics strength check, Allie, to force Aziz to
You're
come
the
with
strong one, right?
No, that's my sister.
you. Do you have any
That's
points in
fair, that was a
potence?
joke.
Yeah, I do. I have 1 in potence, I think.
Tony, when you walk into the room, you see Aziz sitting on the couch. He's playing, it looks like the newest edition of Madden on the TV. He's got a beer by his feet. And then past you, all these shadows of men rush. 2 of them pin him to the couch, and the other 2 go to the door and they kick it open. And you can see that this is during daytime. Aziz, the sun is up. The windows are bright. They kick the door open and you hear a scream. Someone at the door fumbles with a crossbow, and one of their bolts fall to the ground. You hear another yell from inside that bedroom. You can't see what's going on in there. And a woman then enters the room with a man sort of just clouded in shadow, but the woman's voice is undeniable. This is the woman that killed Oscar. She tells them to drag the woman, she just calls her the woman, out in blankets. Make sure she stays covered. And then the man walks over and Aziz is pinned beneath 2 men, and he pets him on the forehead. And he says, "Oh, what has she done to you, my beautiful child?" He then pulls out some sort of device that injects into the back of his neck. And Aziz very quickly slumps and goes calm, and the men holding him don't need to hold him down all that much more. He then pulls out another cylinder and puts it into the device that he had, and you can see that it's bright orange. He puts it into the back of Aziz's neck and he says, very quietly, but you hear very clearly, "I break the bond that your master has placed on you." And then it injects again. The team then carries out the woman who is not moving, but in a bundled up blanket. It's blood-stained. And as they walk out, they step on that dropped crossbow bolt and it snaps. And then you're back in the room with your friends, and it is as it should be.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
I got a messy critical trying to get Aziz out of there.
Oh, excellent. Then you lift him out and you hoist him down those steps. All the while, in the back of your mind going like, no one is going to tell you what to do or how to do it.
Hey,
wait
wait a minute.
I'm also going to put a stain on you for that.
Damn
For
it.
another messy critical. And you are still at a -2 dice penalty until you rebel.
Okay.
Hang on a minute.
What? I have to go.
No, I know, but we need to stay in touch because we need to find this woman. And I don't know who you are or who you belong
You
to,
don't need
but
to know who I am.
Somebody stay with Allie. I don't care that Gray's being a douchebag right now, but we need to get out of here. The
Hans has already
Inquisition was
gone. Like
here.
Hans already had walked off.
Okay. Hans is getting back to his car. Does he walk past where he saw the woman get snatched?
No, he goes the other way.
Okay.
Hans isn't gonna die in a horror movie fashion. He already did that once. He learned.
Okay.
Jacques heading out of here too. Jacques is done with this.
I'll follow Allie
She
and try to
turns
go with
Gray
Allie.
with the look of just sheer terror in her eyes, and she says, "The Inquisition was here. Callie was here. We have to go
Yep.
now."
I'm like moving to put Aziz in the car and like.
So to
doing
get to the
everything I can
cars,
to make sure that
you guys, Hans, you see they're walking right in the direction that you saw the snatch happen.
Hans would say, "That's the way it happened."
You guys can
I wanna
see
go-
a grocery cart in the street,
And no one's there.
and no one's there.
Well, that's not weird at all.
Hans just waves, and after he
Why don't
leaves
you
that
get in the
information,
car with us, Allie?
he's
How
gone.
about that?
Why would there
Well, get
be
out
a
of here
person
first.
with a grocery cart in this kind of neighborhood?
That's a good question too.
Hans
You said
assumed
it was
that
nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hans assumed that she was homeless when he first saw her, or pretending to be homeless. But I assume he's not within ear range anymore. He's
If he's booking it for his car, he's got his car.
okay. Yeah, no more comments from it.
I don't get in Gray's car. I get in
I don't have one.
Rosalie's car.
Okay.
I get
Yeah, it
in
was my
Rosalie's car, and I like make sure to leave the door open just long enough that certain rats can get in the back if they
Yes.
need to.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
I'll get in Rosaline's car also. I don't have a car.
You're
No.
in Tony's though.
No, not.
He's going with you.
Someone said, Tony
Have
said
fun
someone stay
sitting in
with
the back
Allie.
seat with
So
that
Tony-
giant dude.
Tony
I
and
don't
Jacques.
care.
Tony and Jacques hit the Camry, and as you know, you get in the car with Rosaline, and as you're just getting maybe ready to leave, like Aziz is lying in the back. The door opens.
with Hank.
The door opens, and Gray, you get in, and
Yep.
you sit on someone, and they're like, "Fuck! Look out!" and
Toss her out,
and
Hank.
a creature horribly disfigured
Hello.
is sitting beside you, and
Sorry.
he has two rats, one on each shoulder.
But he
Please
has
tell
a
me
hot
they're white
body.
rats. Please tell me they're white rats.
Oh yes, I would love that. It's a white rat and a black rat.
Ah!
Hans really
If you would like to
not
get in the
fair.
car, if you would like to get in the car, if you would like to stay in the car, Gray, I need you to spend a willpower,
I'll do that.
or the white animal drives you away.
Everybody just hop in Rosaline's car without asking Rosaline. This is great.
Rosaline, your entire back seat is filled. There is Aziz, who is sort of leaned against the back door. There is this massive guy, almost as big as Jacques, sitting between them, a trench coat on and everything. And
Gray is
and
like
Gray.
pressed up against the window.
And rats.
and two rats.
Yep, just
Reggie.
come
And
right
Reggie
on
too.
in. Great. Yeah. Where
And
are we
you-
going?
and-
Where to?
Just
Just
me and you,
not
Worry
Jack.
about it later.
Drive away.
Let's
That's
assume
all.
we drive off now. Okay? Let's
Mhm.
end that scene. So, we're going to end that night because there's not a whole lot of time left, and we don't really know where to go or how to get there. So we're going to start a new night.
Can I send a message to Justine before
Yes.
that night's over?
Yes, what would you
That's-
like to send the
that's-
message as?
Checked out that new place you told me about. It was totally picked over by the time we got there.
Okay.
And then
This is going to Angel, of course.
yeah. And then like the face that's like sobbing, crying with the like tears just
Okay.
in rivers.
You get a response back almost immediately. Did anyone get hurt?
She's not talking in code. Come on.
Well, it's vague enough. Did anyone get hurt?
No, but there was a rush on the turkeys, and man, someone almost got trampled. I saw one lady get carried out of there.
Okay. All right.
No one from our friends, though.
So tell me where everybody goes this night. Is
Please
everyone
call
going
me to
back
Peaches for the night? Because
Is-
that would be amazing.
Is everybody going back to their havens?
I have to go back to my haven.
I was going to say
basically.
some of us have to go back to our havens.
Yeah, I don't. I'm going back to my haven.
Okay.
I need
Mm-hmm.
my emotional support, Kimchi.
Is everyone
Allie's gonna text Lacey and let her know I'm not coming home tonight.
Okay.
Found somebody and I'm not coming home tonight. It's gonna be
I
a minute.
can
You get multiple thumbs up.
offer...
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me literally at all.
I can offer safe haven at my community center.
That's fine.
I also need to go there, so...
So you take them to the
church.
church? The community center? I like community
The
center.
community center.
Okay.
I don't know how we didn't discuss if Tony's been staying at her place or
Where would Tony like to be staying?
one of her sire's domains since the incident.
Your call.
I think she's been staying at one of her sire's domains,
Mhm.
still on this part of the city. So she's going back to where she's been staying.
Yeah. And it's been a few weeks since that incident, and your sire has, disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
He has made himself scarce. However, as Tony rests into slumber that night, she keeps hearing the man's voice. I break the bond of your master. Prior to the injection. Again and again. Jacques, are you going home to your place?
Yeah, home sweet,
Okay.
not so haunted home anymore. Yeah.
All right. So,
No.
we're gonna jump ahead to the next night. As our vampires arrive, I need all players to make a rouse check to see if we get hungrier tonight.
Okay.
If I had, since we went back to my whatever, is it possible for me to have eaten anything? Given communion?
Well, it was pretty late. I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you can't do it before.
Then I'm in trouble.
Are you at 5?
Sure am.
Your guts are turning like. It is torturous. Let's just. Is anyone else at Hunger 5? Nope.
I thankfully succeeded that time.
So, and you are an Osiris, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, if anyone would like to hunt before the group meets, then we can do that out of character. There is a way to do that. I'm just bringing it up here. And it will depend on your feeding type, of course, whether you're able to do that or not.
I don't think I can because it's too late.
Can't either.
I'm still at a 2. I'm doing just fine.
I think I'm gonna try to go hunting.
I mean, does
Okay.
Alfred let me eat off of him?
I don't know. Does he?
I mean,
He's not Gould, right? He
I
hasn't-
don't-
He's just a retainer for now.
yeah.
I think he needs to be level 2 in order to get a ghoul right off the bat. So let's do this. Let's start with Gray. Gray, if you would like to feed, and this is short notice. Like there was nothing planned, so you're calling someone in for help. You need to roll. Gray, here we go. I'm going to have you roll a leadership charisma check, please.
Okay.
Yes, so you can take 1 off, or
Okay.
we can take the night off and you can get 2 back.
That's very tempting.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get the idea from Justine that this is of the utmost urgency? Like that this needs to be taken care of quickly?
As quickly as possible, because if she's leaking information, it needs to be ended.
Then I'll just do 1.
Okay. Can you give me... can you also give me a resist frenzy?
Okay.
Just for a moment during your feed, you contemplate going all in on this. You choose not to end one of your herd members, though, and you just take 1. 1 point of hunger. Anybody else want to do a feed before they go? Or is
I
there?
can't.
Are we all gonna? Yeah, you can.
No, Jacques is gonna try to feed.
Okay, and what's Jacques' predator type?
Alley cat.
Give me athletic strength, please.
Mm.
And is Jacques the only one?
I think that I am going to try to have a patient session before the evening
Okay.
rolls.
Jacques, you can reduce yours by 1.
Okay.
And Jazzy, let's see here. For Tony to do that, we need. So you meet with a client.
Hmm. What
Give-
are my,
Yeah.
my
Give
higher
me
class clients?
persuasion manipulation, please. Allie, we've ended that scene, so you're no longer under the effects of your compulsion.
Okay.
And Tony can have 1 hunger back.
If we're skipping an entire day, could I feed as well?
I don't think we are skipping an entire day, are we?
Okay, I was just
But
wondering
you're
how she
welcome
would-
to feed before heading out with the gang.
Okay, I would have time to do that.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to try.
Okay, so we're gonna for you.
Trapdoor.
Yep, trapdoor. There's always a danger in this, by the way, of getting caught, etc. So, but just in case people are like, well, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah.
Let's have you do craft, and I'm gonna let you use your specialty of chef with charisma, please.
How do I
And
use my
so
specialty?
you're gonna do. Sorry, what?
Okay, charisma.
So craft with charisma,
Huh?
and then you get a +1 dice,
Mm-hmm.
+1 to the pool for it being your specialty.
Sorry, there's a little bit of lag, so.
That's okay. Yep, someone decides to take the chef VIP experience, and while they're in the back room, they dine and you dine.
Nice.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I can reduce by 1 hunger to 2.
Yes. Allie,
Okay.
in the morning, Aziz, he throws up at some point in the morning. You hear him in the bathroom. at
Yeah.
Gray's facility, yakking away.
I just stay close by in case he needs.
Gray's congregation shows up while you're there, and there are a lot of strange eyes placed on you and Aziz.
Something for you?
We're not going to dwell on that. They're like stranger danger. Maggie, your bird comes back to you and says he spoke to some inner city birds, and he realizes that you can't really trust them.
Because they're cobra chickens.
But you rolled really well on your check earlier, so I feel he thinks he's found the car.
Well, we already found Aziz, so.
Oh,
But finding the car might be. It wasn't at the house, right?
it was not at the house.
Oh, that's weird then. Okay.
So
Okay.
he says that it's in sort of a back lot behind buildings
Mhm.
in Bloor West Village, which is this nice little part of Toronto where there's all these restaurants and there's like restaurants, bars. It's got quite a hot little nightlife to it, and it's sort of like a really it's a bit of a bougie place to be.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I assume that they're talking. Before I would go into once I wake up from my day sleep, I would text Cecilia and be like, if you're free, I can talk now.
You know what? I'm gonna say that you have a regular meeting with her, so
Okay.
she'll be in touch. You're sure?
Got it. I would let her know when. Okay, so then I wouldn't text her. I would just wait for that.
Okay.
And because Hans was pondering if he should send the footage to Justine, but he'll wait till he talks to her directly.
Okay. So
Please
where
won't.
was the group gonna meet today?
I don't know.
You tell me. Where do we meet, guys?
Is it at the Community Center of Hope?
I don't think that's what it's called, but yes,
Hoboco Community Center
we can do
and
that
wellness retreat.
if Gray is feeling comfortable enough to have everyone there.
Sure.
Keisha, did your character need to feed?
No, she's been rolling like a
No.
champ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 2 hunger. I'm
Okay.
talking.
Would we have been switching this up at all to make sure that the Inquisition wasn't
Probably.
catching on to your center?
Probably. If everybody's being careful, I assume we would move it around.
So do you want to meet somewhere else? Name the place.
How about the school, the university?
Okay.
Okay.
How old does everybody look?
41.
40-ish.
25.
29.
Probably 26-ish.
Yeah.
Hans probably looks the youngest. He looks like he's in his early 20s.
Okay. So do you want to
I was
meet at the
turned in, like,
university?
grad school, so.
So that will require you going in the city there, Gray. So you got to drive across the Humber River.
Or up and around.
But up and around will take time.
Wrong, you afraid to get wet.
I don't mind picking her up and going the long way. We're probably used to it by now.
Be great.
Hans has not volunteered where his haven is or where he lives.
Okay.
Same.
That's probably a good thing. So are we going to... I don't know that Gray has told anyone that her haven is there at the church, but it would have to be close if she went somewhere to nap. So are we going to the university, and are we taking the long way, which is going to put a serious time restraint on tonight, or Gray can burn a willpower to cross the Humber River?
Hans,
And
is there like a karaoke
Or we could go
bar?
meet at the women's shelter that I work at.
Sure.
That might be a good option too.
Do you want to do the
Okay.
the karaoke bar?
Hmm.
I'm sure there's a
That could
karaoke
work.
bar somewhere.
The reason why Hans would say a karaoke bar is because it's loud.
Yeah.
And the rooms are soundproof.
Yeah.
And there would be a
Good
reason for a
idea.
bunch of random people to be together.
Perfect.
Sure.
The only thing is we would
Okay.
have to check it for bugs.
Let's say that. Let's say that you meet at a... Hans suggests a karaoke bar and everyone meets there.
Sure.
That would
Okay.
be great.
You'd have a really hard
Just
time
6
getting Allie to
vampires
go.
singing karaoke.
Okay.
Hans loves karaoke.
Oh yeah. Rosalind would
Doesn't
be
wanna
so
leave
down for
Aziz.
this.
Is Aziz coming along?
Do you like karaoke?
I can't.
I mean,
Chris,
I
I
will
don't know
say
if putting Aziz in a room with 6 vampires is a good idea right now.
No.
the community center is filled with normal humans who are all very nice, who have free cookies and coffee, and
Tim
They're like
Hortons.
cats.
Let's not
They're like,
let's not
"I
overthink it
recommend
because
not
we are
to-"
stretched for time here. So
they'll take care of him as
Let's
just
go.
money.
so
Okay. I would just
He'll be
like
okay then.
say like, do you have like a
oh
like a drug recovery program that you run out of this whatever nonsense is that you have going on here?
Sure.
you feel like
No.
Aziz and his current Mark Gray is an easy target. A little bit of few brochures his way, you could probably bring him in no problem.
I'll have one of
She
my
does
most
not have a
trusted.
recovery program. However, I know great people who have a great recovery program. A
He'll
real
be
one?
safe here. He'll be fine.
Let's say for the time
And so
being,
will his money.
Aziz stays recovering at the church, and I use that in quotations. You arrive
Set
at
him
the,
up with snacks.
you arrive at
Yeah.
the karaoke bar. Again, everybody's on edge, checking the streets, looking for people. Allie,
I am watching for those devices.
at some point during when you're not with everyone, Hank will go like invisible again and begin to trail you. Hank tells you that there was a woman last night on the streets that he took care of, and that he thinks she was with the Inquisition. She had a gun and a cell phone. It's a burner phone.
Do you have them?
Yeah, you want them?
Yes.
Can I keep the phone?
Um,
There's only one number on it.
make sure it's turned off until we get back to Sheriff By.
Okay. He does that. He tucks it away. He gives you the gun. You have a 9mm pistol with a full clip.
Nice.
Do you have any points
Not
in
that I
fire?
need.
Do you have any points in firearms?
I have 2.
When you bring the clip down, you recognize that these
They're
are
wooden bullets.
what?
Are they like wooden bullets?
They're incendiary rounds.
Shit. Definitely Inquisition then. Okay. I'm
Kaboom.
gonna just like tuck that away.
Okay. You guys arrive in the karaoke bar.
Hans is flushed alive because he plans on drinking and eating.
Okay. Give me a rouse check to blush of.
And puking.
He's
Give me-
such a masochist.
Give me a rouse check. You succeeded. So Hans begins to eat and drink, and everybody's
Oh,
like,
baby,
"He's gonna
hit me,
fucking
baby."
puke that."
Hans has gotten like highball, and he's gotten like some appetizers
Okay.
that he's eating.
Okay.
It would be
Escargot.
suspicious if nobody
Feel
was
like
eating.
I need to, but I failed every rouse check I've done tonight.
You want some? It's
I'm
really
at
good.
4. Like that's the problem though. It's like I'm at 4.
Yeah, you'll be taking frenzy checks. So if you go higher, that's even worse.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
if you failed every
one-
one, you have a high probability of maybe passing this one.
I know.
I'm gonna say the waitress comes over, but it's very easy for you guys just to tell the waitress like we're not interested. And with those of you that have presence and dominate, she's just going to be like, "Oh yeah, stay as long as you like," and walk away.
Great.
I'm
know-
sure our amazing singing voices are going to sell it to you. Like,
if you guys want to check the room for anything, I say as I'm eating like fries with like a sort of aioli. I'm not great with
I'm
technology.
gonna say I don't know. Maybe it's like a Tuesday. This is not a karaoke night, and the bar is pretty empty.
Mhm.
Is there anybody like keeping an eye on us
No.
when we come in?
No.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be one of those ones that has booths. Like,
Oh, okay. That's fine.
have you ever been to like an Asian karaoke bar? Like they have separate
Asian
rooms.
karaoke bars are different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So
They're
you guys are in a booth then.
Yeah, it's like a closed
But
room. That's
but you know for a fact there's not that many people in the building.
Let me see if I can find her.
Now what are we going to do?
Way better. You don't sing for everybody. Great.
Is your crow there with you, Maggie?
No, he's outside.
Are you going to reveal that information or?
No, he's just not with me.
Okay. No, I mean, are you going to tell them what the crow told you?
Oh yeah, where the car is, I will tell them. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that area sound familiar to me? Like, is that one of Aziz's regular haunts?
No, not at all. Not at all. It does sound familiar for another reason, though. I won't have you make a check, but you know you've been spending a lot of time with Sheriff Bai. Yeah. So the Blur West Village, that's Camarilla territory, and it is the domain of Primogenic Xavier. He's head of Clan Toreador for the Camarilla in the city. So you will have a choice if you go there whether you abide the Camarilla rules and make an introduction that you're operating in his domain, or you will have to break Camarilla law and not tell him.
Okay.
But you're feeling rebellious.
I'm also not my sister.
So the crow has
I
the
think-
crow has located the vehicle through a connection of birds, and it's clear that this crow is no ordinary crow now.
Does Allie tell us where this is?
I would say
Do we know?
that if
You'll have
we
to
are
cross the
gonna
Humber
go
River.
there, if we are gonna go there, I know someone that we have to see first.
Who?
And that's problematic.
It's very problematic.
Is it like the other people problematic?
Yeah.
I will go a step further, Allie. There is no way Primogenic Xavier will allow you to bring a coterie of anarchs into his domain to quote unquote take care of business.
Better yet, one that doesn't get along with other caramel.
Yeah.
It's a little guy. Totally trustworthy and
Yeah.
fine.
We got no beef.
You'll just have to keep a low profile, you think.
Yeah. So maybe don't light anything on fire while you're there.
Or crash any vehicles. In their
Under the
territory.
radar as much as possible. For your safety
That's-
as well.
That's like how we travel all the time, really.
Oh yeah, we're totally under the radar all the time.
Subtle.
You are as big as a house, my friend. I doubt that.
Maybe we should go in two groups.
You'd be surprised.
You guys, and then the rest of us.
I'm only going.
Hey,
if
you're
we
one
can
of
talk.
us now. I don't know if you were there for that meeting with Jacqueline, but
Oh, I'm talking about you and your destructive, fire-bringing, car-crashing habits.
Jacqueline, she grouped you with us. Did she not?
Yeah,
She
so
told
you
you
could
to
learn
follow
from
Ray.
us. So we've got the things to teach you, like how to set the things on fire, maybe, but maybe not.
You,
We'll see.
you remember that her exact instructions were listen to Gray.
Yeah,
Not
who is
listen
now
to Tony,
just-
not listen to Jacques, listen to
Gray.
Gray.
Gray has not said anything, but she is glaring at you like, does this person really want to be part of the gang? Does this person actually want to join, or are they
Okay.
a liability?
Ray, who's already picked up Tony by the neck.
I didn't pick you up. I
Ray,
am
who
not
actually
strong.
really just wants the money from anybody they can get it from.
That's neither here nor there.
What a crew.
So okay, I'm sorry. We know that his car is at like this nightlife place.
Yeah, in a back lot.
And
there.
then the only other lead that we had was this wrecking place.
Yeah.
The wrecking place was for
Was for Aziz.
was for the night jackals.
Okay.
So
Like
you've
a
already
knockdown.
found Aziz.
Okay. So this is the only place that we have.
But his car was not at the place him and Kira were staying.
What we really need to do is take care of this Kira. If they have her and they're getting information from her, we need to nip that in the bud, so to
Believe
speak.
me, I'll eat her for you if we see her.
Oh,
We
wow.
use aioli.
I'll take that.
No thanks,
Why
my
do
friend.
you do this to yourself?
We'll do what? The whole eating thing?
Yeah.
Have you ever had food? It's very delicious. It's not that
Uh-huh.
complicated.
Right.
Not delicious anymore.
The textures, though. The textures.
Ugh.
We're wasting time. We need to figure out how the Inquisition is getting all this information.
Maybe don't say that out loud.
You're in a soundproof booth. But she says it
Did
is.
anybody sweep for bugs like I checked? Because Hans deliberately said, I don't know much about technology.
I don't think anyone has
Don't
the
look at me.
means to sweep for bugs, but
I mean,
got
you're
1 point in
welcome to look
science.
around, huh?
Hans has not gotten up from eating his food.
I mean, I can check for cockroaches, but
No, I mean, like, the
That's what I was thinking too, Tony. I didn't see any.
Anyways, do I know any of the restaurant owners downtown, given my fame level?
sure.
I could give a call to see, you know, if they know who owns the car to keep it there.
No
Or
one
any
owns the
other
car.
inquiries you want.
Do you want to call your
I love it.
contacts?
What?
Do you want to call your contacts?
Yeah, I asked Gray, though, what I should ask first. Because Gray's the one in charge.
Oh, what a tangled web.
stroking
I
that
mean-
ego.
We've already found this guy. What are we gonna find in his car? Except that it's not where it's supposed to be.
Well,
Unless they took her away in his car.
or
They usually use vans and trucks.
This is true, but
So
what if
it's
they
a
took his
trap.
car to make sure that he wasn't as easily tracked?
Well, it could definitely be a trap.
so you want me to just leave it then?
It's the only lead we have, though, and we need to take care of Kira now.
Well, they have her anyway, right? So
Do you
We're
know
gonna
what
have
kind
to-
of information she could give to them?
You do.
Well, I mean, even if it's a trap,
No,
if we
apparently
get to
So,
the car and it's a trap, that means we find them.
Allie,
and then
why
we can
would I
find
know
Kira.
what kind of information she could give to them? I
no.
didn't know who she was before yesterday.
Allie, as you say that, you start to think about how many times you met Kira for blood bag drop-offs and things like that. She might know a fair bit about you, especially what you
Yep.
look like, or you know where she's made drops before. So like that starts to sink in that maybe, you know, and
My
Kira
sister
doesn't.
is in danger.
Well, and Kira doesn't like you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Allie's already like
Okay.
running through the scenario in her head about
now
like,
that you
this
mention
needs to
it,
be handled.
Miss Allie, we don't know anything about you, and we just heard Kira's name for the first time yesterday. So no, we don't know what kind of information she knows. Maybe you can help us with that. You've been not so forthcoming with any information at all since we met you
yeah, and
at a
you're
random
awfully-
rally behind a Lowe's. So why don't you actually talk a little?
Not much to talk about. She was a girl I knew. And she
Really?
Sounds much more
You
like
also know
she's
she
more
has
than
an
just a girl you knew.
you also know she has an invisible henchman that's following her around.
A girl you knew who's your best pal was her ghoul, and you don't think you have information to tell us? That seems suspicious.
You've got
Say
two
that I didn't have
therapists sitting here in
information.
this booth with you. I think we will see right through you, honey.
What's up, Maggie? That's how you doing the moose. You're muted.
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
Has anybody told Hans about Hank?
No.
Okay,
Not
just
yet.
wondering.
And only Allie knows that Hank dragged off the woman.
Yeah, so Hans is still very worried about that.
Yeah.
Need to
That's
know
fine.
basis. You don't need to
It
know.
Ain't everything's fine.
All right. Well, what do you want to know? I'll tell you what I can tell you, and the rest of it, you're just gonna have to suck it up.
Was that a vampire pun?
Ugh.
You're not so dumb, are you, Jacques?
Depends on the day.
Terrible.
Jacques is not dumb at all.
What do you want to know?
Who is she?
She's a bitch.
Who are you working for? Because clearly you know way more than you are letting on.
Doesn't matter who I'm working for.
I don't know if that's true.
Who are you
We
working
all
for?
tilt our heads. Really? Really,
All at
girl?
once. Not creepy at all.
Well, we're all known to each other. We all live in this neighborhood. We all are known to each other, and none of us have ever met you, so
Let's set off
Yeah,
the bullshit
how-
alarm.
Move.
Set off the
How-
bullshit alarm.
How do you say it? We're besties. That's it. No, right, Gray?
sure.
Right.
Just a small interjection. We're probably wasting time with all of this. Just a thought. Continue.
Emotional damage.
I agree with Shorty over here. We're wasting time.
Then what do you
All
suggest?
you need to know is that Kira is a loose cannon and a danger to us all.
I already knew that before I met you.
Well, that's all you
Wait.
really need to know then.
So how do we
What?
find her?
Go to the
By
car.
walking into a trap, I'm assuming.
Let's go to the car.
That's
then.
what I was thinking. That is how we'll find her.
I just look at Jacques and I'm like, are you ready for a fight?
Oh, yes. Comme d'habitude, I'm usually ready for a fight, but I just try not to get into them. That is all.
I think we might need that.
So I'm gonna.
Well, you saw when I argue with the door, same thing, but with the other people.
I for the sake of time, I'm gonna jump us into the next scene and say that we
Yep.
do go to investigate the car. And I am going to ask that Gray deduct 1 willpower point as they cross the
Yeah.
Humber River.
Yep,
The nightlife
because I have to.
The nightlife is happening. It's a rockin'. There's lots of full restaurants and all the rest. And the bird guides Hans to not a parking lot, but sort of like an alleyway that has a bit of an opened up parking area behind what looks to be an abandoned church, the Church of St. Margaret. You take some time to look the place over, and there is some suspicious activity in that the building seems to be, although abandoned and broken windows and things like that, there's no chains or anything on the doors. So there's no boarded up windows. It's a relatively kept building on the outside. Nothing's overgrown too badly here. In the back, in this lot that is actually usable by a number of properties, Aziz's car is parked. And there is a familiar truck to those of you who were in chapter 2. It is not familiar to Allie. That was a van in your story, but this black truck is familiar to you. You can see smoke rising from the back of the ruined, sort of the abandoned church, and there appears to be a couple of homeless people squatting around a trash can just sort of inside the back doors.
Do they
Sounds like
look
this.
legit? Or are they paying more attention
Well,
to their surroundings?
let's pause
then?
there for a moment. And you tell me how you're going to approach this. For now, the cars are not parked in that little lot where you can see Aziz's car and the truck. They're not parked right in front of the church, I assume, either. The church is like there's very narrow alleyways that go up and down either side of it, and there's businesses on either side. And the church just hasn't been either bought or tied, fixed up. Lots of the other buildings around here are in good shape. And as I said, down out in front on the street, there is many people walking by. The nightlife here is still in full effect. The restaurants and bars are open. So how would you like to approach this?
I personally don't want to park my car anywhere near
Mm-mm.
the parking lot.
Okay.
You don't want to lose another Camry?
Nope.
Every campaign, new Camry.
This one's too fancy.
Yeah, this one's nice.
Do you guys tell Allie about the shitstorm you stirred up when you were at that place?
Oh, you're a stranger.
Okay.
I would,
Stranger danger.
because I demanded information from her.
Okay.
It's a two-way street.
Wasn't a proud moment for Jacques. I don't think Jacques going to discuss it. Just say.
All right. So listen, maybe Tony and Allie have a little bit of a time, back and forth, and you let her in on a few things.
I'm a therapist. Information's a two-way street.
Mostly like the necklace that like indicated shit when you saw that.
Actually, she never
Like-
saw that.
She didn't? Oh, okay. Oh no, that's right. You were still inside the van.
Yeah. So, yeah. But Cisco told you
Okay.
about that, so that's around.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Gray saw it from the outside. Is that right?
Yeah,
Or
I
saw
think
the
you
next
did
to the
see.
rear wing?
Yeah. They have. One of them has some kind of, just to let everybody in what we're talking about. One of the Inquisition members has some sort of relic or necklace that is able to bring people out of their obfuscate if they're hidden around him.
Okay. I make sure
That person
to,
was not visible though in the vision, the premonition that
That I just had.
Tony had.
Okay. Do you know anything about this guy? That you saw?
In the vision I just had,
Mm-hmm.
he was clouded by smoke, right?
Well, you just couldn't really see him, but Aziz described him as the man with the broken face, and that is no one has any information
Doesn't
on
mean
him.
anything. Okay.
He was clouded by
Okay.
smoke in my vision, and
Have you relayed this information to Hans?
I would say I would share this with anybody at this point because it's part of this current investigation.
Oh, but also about the guy, like what Aziz told you, because he was not in the room.
Yeah, I would say like, if they don't tell you, I would tell you about his broken face. I don't exactly know what that means, but
Does Hans have any idea because of... Okay.
I don't suggest kicking in the front door as much as I would like to see what happens when we turn Jacques loose. I don't suggest it.
No, I think this definitely calls for movement with tact right now. Let's be very
Like-
careful.
Look at Keisha, what the hell's your character's name?
Oh, Rosaline.
Rosaline. Look at you. What have you got? You've been awfully quiet. What can you
I
do?
mean, I'm not the leader, so.
Yeah, well, I don't give a shit.
Great. You're
Someday maybe you'll earn it. If you
What?
you have.
contribute.
Ew.
Maybe
I
you
don't
should be
think
ashamed of
having a
yourself.
power to control people is earning it. But anyway,
Well, I'm the only one that didn't get wrecked, so.
Uh-huh. Anyways.
You weren't in the
I
van.
no idea. I really have, honestly.
If you don't have any ideas, I have
What are
no
your
idea.
talents, Keisha?
So Keisha has rapid reflexes, which
Uh-huh,
allows
you're
her to
like me.
dodge bullet fire.
Yep, you're like
Matrix.
me.
Handy.
Keisha has heightened senses and sense the unseen. So she not only can she hear and see really well, Rosaline can also sense other supernatural creatures. And finally, I don't know that Rosaline would share this, but she can share senses. She can literally touch someone and get inside their mind and see what they see. Smell what they smell.
Andy.
If
I'm just here for support.
well, if you want to continue to just support, I can do some actual supporting.
Oh.
I can send my familiar upstairs, or I can ask another animal to go look inside.
Actually, you don't have to be touching them.
Oh shit!
Like you could just stare down at those guys around the fire and see and hear what they see and hear, if you choose to.
Do it. Eavesdrop.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll try doing that.
So this is literally their wording. You become a passenger on that with that person.
Hmm.
So there's two men. They're warming their hands over fire. They're wearing, whatever clothes seem to have come out of the lost and found boxes. But can you give me a let's do a streetwise wits check for me. Or streetwise intelligence, whichever you think is better.
Boy.
Okay, so it wasn't enough, but I'll let you succeed on that. But the man will know you're in his head.
Oh, yep. We need more info. I think I'll probe, even though I know I'll be known.
Okay. So what becomes apparent to you that although these men are wearing rubby clothes and things like that, they have very clean fingernails, and they're well shaven for the most part, and their bodies just do not fit the type that would be someone living on the street. However, as this happens, the one guy goes, that you're riding, he's like, oh, I don't feel so good, dude. I think something's in my head.
What?
What? What do you mean, whoops?
Don't trust those two. They are not what they seem to be.
Everyone hears a gunshot go off, and Keisha, you are no longer in the body as it falls lifeless to the ground.
Oh, okay, that was unpleasant.
Oh
I'm glad I
no.
threw up in the car.
And you guys hear the gunshot come. There was a quick flash inside the church.
Hans is going to pretend to be a civilian and start running.
I'm going to assume you're somewhere where they can't see you. But where is Hans running to? Like down the street?
Yeah, because he heard a gunshot. He
Okay.
wants to fit in.
Okay.
Is there a crowd flowing a certain way after hearing the
No,
gunshot?
you do hear some people yell out on the street like, did you hear that? Was that a gunshot?
But for the most part, nobody's running.
You don't see anything
Oh,
yet.
then if nobody's running, I'm not going to panic. I wasn't sure how close we were, so if nobody's running, then
However, it's likely that would at least get a call to the police by one of these mortals around here that heard it. So keep that in mind.
Wow. Time is ticking, leader. What are we doing?
Did you see anyone else in there? Anything useful?
No. She did. Oh, well, I'll let her tell you what she tells you. But Rosaline did not see anything useful. It was pretty empty inside. I think I have a handout here for you.
I quickly tell them about the handheld device too.
What do you tell them?
Ah.
So the people are using new tech. It's called an X-scope. If you've ever been through an airport, it's like the metal detectors, but it's a handheld version. They can find us with it.
I think that should have been information we knew.
None of the Anarchs have ever heard of this technology before.
Don't love that.
Have I heard of it from my Mala? Got it. I suggest we go. If you want, I'll leave Cackle here.
Like, just leave?
Yes, because the police are coming. There was a fucking gun that just went off. I mean, that is...
We can't leave Kira here in their hands.
I don't think you really understand what the stakes are in this situation.
I just got here.
Well, watch and learn then. And I start walking towards the doorway.
Okay.
I leave.
I go as backup with Gray.
As soon as I want to like get close to the door and like whip into the doorway, and as soon as I make contact with that person, I want to try to compel them.
Okay. So just give me a raise of hands. Who is following Gray down the alleyway towards the back of the church?
I'll go.
Can I like steal like a scarf or something off of somebody that's like walking by so I can cover my frickin' face?
I think you might have a scarf to just look, because it's that time of year. Not that you would get cold, but just to look.
Yeah, like I fit in.
Yeah. So you cover your face.
I'm gonna I'm covering as much of my face as I possibly can, making sure my hair is tucked up.
Gray, you reach the back of the building and there is a fire there in a garbage can, burning low.
Mm-hmm.
There is a man lying dead with a bullet shot right in the forehead.
Great.
The back door of the church is nowhere to be seen. They're just inside the door. And then as you get a little further into the church, you can see that there's another door, but this one looks a little bit more reinforced, and there is a guy like with his back against the door, pounding against it like he wants to be let in, and he's shakily holding a gun in your general direction as you round the corner and see him.
I'm going to try to compel him.
Okay. Well, he is mortal, so guess what?
Great.
What are you compelling him to do?
To drop that gun, for sure.
Okay. So you compel him to drop the gun. Give me one moment here.
Eat the gun. That's the next logical step.
So you're telling him to drop it?
Yeah.
You can see he doesn't want to drop it, and as he drops it, there's absolute horror in his eyes. Like, how can he possibly be dropping his gun right now? He needs his gun, and it clatters to the floor.
I'm going to walk straight toward the gun and try to grab it.
Okay, Jacques, you're next in.
Yep.
Can you give me an awareness wits check?
Probably not.
Gray, you come,
we'll see what happens.
You come over, you bend down, and you pick up that gun.
Great.
Oh, hold on here. Okay, awareness. Oh, okay.
Who's next in the door?
Probably me.
Can you give me the same in awareness wits? Okay, Jacques, you see this man trembling. Gray picks up the gun after she's told him to drop it. And as Rosaline comes through the doorway, he bolts. He tries to run. He runs for the front door.
I try to catch him.
Okay, athletics, dexterity from who's next in? Give me a wits awareness. Jacques, you catch him. So you grab him, and he's like, "Oh God, let me go!" Tony, your eyes follow Jacques chasing that guy across the room, and he grabs him, and then up in the top corner of this buckled out, destroyed, run-down church, there's a little red light flashing, and some sort of device above it.
It's a bomb. The fuck out of there.
Yeah.
You don't think it's a bomb. You think it's a you think it's a camera.
Camera.
It's a camera that's also a bomb.
I mean,
They're looking for our faces.
So Jacques, you grab this poor bastard, and he is squirming to try to get out of your grip, but you rolled really well. Those of you can see this heavy secure door with a fingerprint pad on it for entrance.
I will use my awe to try and get this guy to let us in.
Okay. What level awe do you have?
3.
Okay.
Well, I mean, presence I have 3.
Yeah, so you're
yeah.
putting your presence 3 over him to the same thing you did to Torque, basically.
Well, I don't want to use entrancement because that requires a rouse check, and I'm at 4.
Then give me a... so you're going to need to give... Well, it works automatically, doesn't it, on mortals? So what do you say to him? Everyone is in now the church that would like to be in the church. Maggie, did you come down?
Yes,
Okay.
I told Cackle first to keep guard.
Okay. He's on lookout above.
I want to ask... I guess I want to try to find out confirmation if Kira's in there, but ultimately I just want him to open the door, so... Open that for me.
He's like, I can't. She won't let me in.
Won't.
I don't have that kind of authority.
What's her name?
Michael?
Michael.
Interesting. Again, everyone watches as like, you can tell that this man does not want to be telling this woman these things. And he's just totally... Her awe power is all-encompassing on him.
Well, gosh, I don't know.
You can't be here. They'll kill us all.
And why is that?
Gray, heads down, cameras everywhere.
Do you point out where it is?
Yeah.
I'll try to shoot it.
I
Okay.
didn't say your name.
No-
though, I'm sorry.
I have no firearms.
Okay, then
so
give me a
this
dex
will be
roll.
interesting.
Give me I wouldn't normally ask for the roll if you had some firearms, but give me a dex roll.
Because Allie put on the scarf, Hans is going to have, put up his hood.
Okay.
Allie did not go inside, by the way. Allie is
Actually-
still outside.
Okay.
Side note, I do have firearms, if ever.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that. You shoot and you hit the camera.
Is the light still blinking?
No.
Hans is kind of turned on right now.
Okay.
Great.
I find that disconcerting, but okay.
I'll look at this guy and say, why do you think they'll kill us all?
Because no one can know.
Know what?
I know what you are.
Do you? Are you sure?
He's nodding.
I'm just looking at Gray like a derp.
Well, we can't have that, can we? And I'll point the gun at him.
Okay.
I'm not shooting it yet.
Yeah. He wets himself.
Great. I feel like such a horrible person.
You chose to play this character.
I know.
Wait.
He's like,
What
he's
are
like,
our,
he's
what
like,
are our mottos?
can't you just wipe me clean? Just wipe me clean, please. I have a wife.
What's down there? Tell me what's down there.
I'm checking your stats. One moment.
Oh, the DM buffering moment.
Yeah, the
Allie is keeping watch outside, by the way. Like
He's
she's close by in case they get in trouble.
He's like, there's beds, some computers, and a surgical suite.
Surgical suite.
Gross.
Interesting. Do you happen to know what they use it for?
Is there any new patients?
For things like you.
And what do they do to things like what you think I am?
I don't know what the doctor does. He does stuff.
The doctor. What kind of doctor?
I don't know what kind of doctor does this sort of thing. He says you're an abomination. He says you're going to end the world.
Do you really believe that? Do you feel like that's true?
You feel like him shaking with between you and the gun and your awe, and like he's crying now. He's pissed himself, and he can barely stand.
I mean, do I look like an abomination to you?
No.
So far, I feel like I've been very kind to you. All I need is information.
They'll kill me. They'll kill her. They'll kill everyone I know.
Who's her?
His wife that he mentioned.
Oh.
Do you believe this will be true regardless of the outcome of this conversation?
I don't know. And he just breaks down at that point.
Ugh, he's useless. Can someone do something with this man? I don't care what it is, but make it so he's not a problem.
He's already marinated, so just like, do you want us to eat him or shoot him or what?
No. What's your name?
Time to send in the therapist.
Ken?
Okay, Ken. What's your wife's name?
I'm not telling you. Just so you can go and eat her?
Is it Barbie?
No!
Okay. I couldn't help it. Ken, did they bring in anybody new recently?
Downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You now realize that Ken is the one that dropped the crossbow bolt. In your vision? He's the one that fumbled on the way through the door.
You're having a hard time with your job, aren't you, Ken? You don't like what you do you, Ken.
I just wanted to be a hero.
Yeah, it's tough. Being a hero is really hard work. It's not for everybody. Being a hero is bad. It's hard decisions.
Just wipe my memory clean, please. I know you people can do that. Just wipe it clean. I'll walk away. I don't want to.
Being a hero doesn't always mean making a good choice. Sometimes you have to do bad things to people that aren't necessarily as bad as people think they are.
Gray looks at the dead man on the ground.
They told me to do that. They told me to do that.
Yeah. Makes you wonder who's really the bad person, doesn't it?
You can maybe
Mr.
see a wheel
Vivian.
start to turn.
We're just trying to help that woman that they kidnapped down there.
There's no helping her.
Well, we're gonna try, okay? But I'm gonna help you first, alright? And when I'm done helping you, I just want you to leave here and go home to your wife and forget that any of this ever happened, okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Just do me a favor and go ahead and forget.
Okay. But you can only have him forget the last few minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he does that. And are you ushering him out? Or you, because the moment that snap happens, like, he sees all of you there again, and he's like, you're not supposed to be here type thing, and we're back to sort of stage one. Do you take him outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be like, hey Ken, we're new hires here. We're just gonna take over your shift for you, okay?
Give me a, we're gonna need a roll on that.
Stretch. Oh man.
Give me a persuasion manipulation, Tony.
Oh, I didn't think that one through.
Sorry, gang. I'm trying to get through this as quick as I can. I know it's late.
Nice.
It's messy!
It's a messy critical. It's a messy critical. So I'm just gonna say that, like, he realizes what you are. And he runs. And you and Allie are in the back watching him go. What's the rest of you doing?
I like nod at him, like if Hank is around.
He's like, just under his breath. No one hears it but you. He's like, I'm on it.
Please just let him get home to his wife.
Oh, eat him.
Can I try to drag the man on the ground over and use his
Yep.
finger to open the door?
Okay.
I'll try it. I don't know if it'll
Yep.
work, but
It scans his hand. There's a beep and the door unlocks.
I open it.
I probably let this in on purpose now.
I want to listen, see if I hear anyone talking down there.
It's very quiet down there.
Okay, I'll go in.
Well, does Keisha have
Keisha has heightened senses. Would you
Yeah.
like?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Would you like to listen?
I'll take a listen. I like put my hand out to Graham, like I got.
Okay.
Okay, so you like listen, and you just for a moment you try to block out all that noise around you, the traffic and people shouting in the bars, and then you can hear 2 heartbeats from down below. They're not moving. One is like going a mile a minute, and the other is very calm.
Okay, I'll relay that. 2, not moving. One's
I have
calm,
an
one's not.
Really bad idea, but I have an idea.
Let's do it.
Idea
I'm in.
away.
Go.
I'm
all
gonna hand
ears.
Jacques the gun, by the way,
Okay. Jacques,
because I don't want this.
Jacques, you got a gun.
Great.
Jacques, you
So,
got a gun.
I like take the handgun out that
Yep.
has the incendiary rounds in
Yes.
it. Does it look like if I fire a shot down the stairs, like stuff will catch on fire down there?
Yeah, probably. You want to do that?
Get ready to say goodbye to
Guys,
Jacques. That's all I'm saying.
Keisha,
You might
can
not want to be
Keisha,
in here
can
when
you
I do
get-
this.
as she's about to do that, can you give me an awareness wits? Actually, awareness resolve.
Do I need to do that too? Or no?
And hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Go ahead and do that. What'd you get? Let's see. Oh, really good.
Nice job, Keisha.
Really good. Dang.
Do we want to save this girl, or do we just want to kill
With
her?
your heightened senses, Rosaline,
No, she can
you smell gas.
Do it. Let me do it.
Fire away.
So you don't say anything? Allie, you fire an incendiary round down?
We're all gonna die.
Like,
You don't smell it.
okay. Do you tell us that you smell gas or
No,
no?
she didn't.
Well, is it something where it's like, can I understand that we need to back away, kind of a thing, or?
I don't know. You smell, there's a faint smell of gas down there. You don't know that she's necessarily firing an incendiary round, though, because you don't know where she got that gun from.
I said you might not want to be here when I shoot this, so.
Okay, I'm backing up.
Okay, so the shot goes down, and
Yeah, because I'm faster than them.
a ball of flame
Like-
comes out. I'm gonna let you use your celerity to avoid that, though.
Yep.
I'm
I'm
for the
moving.
sake of time, I'm not gonna have you make a roll.
Yep.
All right, a huge ball flame
I started
An
running as soon as
explosion
she said we might not want
happens.
to be there.
from beneath you.
Okay.
And then
Wait,
nothing. Like,
Do you still
There's
sense any people?
there's a big ball of flame as an explosion happens in the basement, and then nothing.
Okay.
Ah,
I look at Rosaline.
Rosaline can
Good
still
journey.
hear the calm heartbeat down there.
Well, we probably killed the wrong one. We killed one of them. There's another one down there.
Is it on fire down there now?
There is smoke, and you can see flames at the bottom of the steps, and you can also see sparks from electricity.
So we shut the door and wait outside. And if they come out, we kill
Smoke
them.
them out.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What if there's another way? You think this is the only way in and out? They could have a backup.
I doubt it. I
I'm
doubt it.
just
That's what I'm
freaking
saying.
out.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we go outside and we wait for them, whoever that is, or we just invite them out to meet Jacques.
I'm a pretty friendly guy, you know.
Well, if you're
Lover,
not
not
up
a
for it,
fighter.
Hank is.
No one else except for Rosaline. You can hear distant sirens.
Right. Well,
I think it's time to go.
yeah.
What-
Can't
How
leave
As
until
we
know
do
Kira's
after we
down
set
here.
the things on fire.
Can't leave until we know Kira's dead.
I'm just gonna
Well,
go
we
in.
should have gone
I'm
down
going
there
in.
before we shut
I
up
go
the
down
place.
there.
You're going down, Rosaline?
Yep.
Do you have a weapon, or do you just walk down?
No, I'm better with my fists than weapons anyway, so I'm just gonna go.
Okay. As you walk down into the basement, now this is of course a non-explosion version of what you maybe see. But there's a planning room with a bunch of tools and like maps of Toronto and little strings and pegs and some, you as you walk down see that nothing is totally recognizable, but lots of the paper is burnt and the corkboard smolders away. Around the corner, mass of wires hanging from the roof spark and crackle. And there are these computers that are now non-functional. And beyond them are a set of 3 bunk beds. Again, burnt. And there is a man lying on the ground by those beds. At the back, though, there is these heavy rubber curtains like you would see at a meatpacking plant or something that, that each one hangs individually. And there is light coming from beyond those. And they don't look too badly damaged by the explosion.
Do I sense that, hear that heartbeat nearby?
It's gone.
The calm one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great.
Boy.
I go to investigate beyond that area.
So as you pull the drapes
gonna-
aside, is anyone
gonna-
else coming down into the basement?
I'm going down, yeah.
I'm following
'cause-
down too.
If I'm being held responsible for what happens here, then I need to know that
If you were not
Kira's dead.
what you are, it would be difficult to breathe down here. There's lots of smoke in that, but you guys are moving through it. Okay. Keisha, what Rosalind sees is a very crude surgical suite. There are a number of computer screens on the wall and X-ray panels and that where they can put things up on. But what's worse is that there is a body on the table. She is probably a woman. Her torso is, wide open. Her ribs have been removed, like an autopsy has been performed. But her heart is intact, but it has a large chunk of wood through it. It looks like a broken crossbow bolt. If it's difficult to tell, but you think it might be Kira. There is a grate in the floor, though, that is open. And there is
Are there any
no one here at the moment.
signs of those syringes with that orange liquid? That's kind of
Yeah.
something I really want to.
You take a look around and you find 5 syringes packed in foam. Not syringes, sorry, vials packed in foam. In a small refrigerator with a glass front, like you can see through it. And these are the only things that are in there. And it's listed as being Agent MB. Like Mary Brown, Agent MB
It's the gravy for the
is
poutine.
listed on it. Is anyone else moving into the surgical suite?
Yeah.
I definitely followed her in there.
Hans
I'm-
he's even more turned on now.
What's
I-
Allie doing? Has Allie descended?
Yeah, I come down and can I pull, I know they're all blown to shit, but can I pull one of the hard drives out of the computers?
You're gonna go to start doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll need a technology intelligence roll from you to remove that safely without it being damaged further.
I'm sorry, a tech what?
Technology intelligence.
Thanks.
Can I take one or two of those vials?
I'll let you succeed at a cost there, Allie.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Something of your person is left behind. Maybe something falls out of your jacket, but it'll identify yourself.
I can't risk that.
Okay.
This is not just me I'm protecting.
So you get the hard drive out, but you're like, I don't think this hard drive is
Yeah.
any good any longer. Keisha, the answer to your question is yes. Who else is moving into the surgical suite?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out ways we can quickly and easily
Yeah.
remove her head so
Okay.
that she can be at peace, but also so that she can be not giving away secrets.
Yep. So you move over. There is a surgical blade that you think could remove her head. you'd so choose. Just to be clear, I have Rosaline, I have Hans, and I have Gray going into the surgical suite.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Tony would like to go in there too.
Tony as well? Okay. Where is...
I'm going to stay up. I'm staying up top to keep an eye out for,
Okay.
like... Yeah.
All right.
Because somebody has to.
Absolutely. As those of you look around doing what you need to do, one of the broken screens in here crackles to life, and you hear a voice say, "Callie, I have alarms going off there. Is everything okay?" And on the screen, on the video call, you can see this man.
Oh, I still would smash. He's not that bad.
His face is in very rough shape. He looks burnt, like he's suffered some kind of burns in the past, or that. And then he's like, "Oh, we have guests."
Go.
Hello, friends.
I'm busy with the surgical
Just
blade.
on the head off.
Are you beginning to detach the head?
Yep.
You hear the man's voice is like, "Oh, dear Kira, what are they doing to you?" As you begin to... You ignore him. He says, "Let's see, who have we here?" And he leans in towards the monitor a bit.
This is inside the surgical suite?
Yeah, you guys can hear this. You can hear it from outside, Allie. However, Jacques is upstairs.
Can't see me. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he can see. Gray's like, "You see me, right?"
I've got
No,
my
no,
collar
like-
popped.
Like, because I have that scarf on my head for one thing,
Right.
but also I'm outside the surgical suite, so if he can't see me, then, like, I'm still moving around. Like, I'm, like, taking pictures of the, like, cork board with my phone. Like, anything that I can see that will
Yep.
give me any kind of information in there. I don't care what it is.
Like, what do they know about us?
Yeah. And then,
Okay.
like, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go, you guys. We gotta go now.
All right. So you can hear Allie yelling, "We have to go!" And no one's talking to the man on the monitor, I take it.
No. Hans
Okay.
isn't revealing his voice.
I'm still contemplating whether I'm answering him or not.
Jacques! Flashing lights can be seen from the back.
Hey, you guys, we gotta move it now.
and the front. There is
fast.
no way you're getting out of this front door, this place, without them seeing you now. Not
Is Spackle saying anything?
Not these doors,
there's-
at least.
What about the hatch underneath? Do we want to risk that?
Clearly, somebody
I'm
went
saying
out
this
that
as
way.
I'm
Let's
like,
risk it.
So you
Clearly, someone went out that
you
way.
finish cutting through the rest of her head, and her head comes off.
I'll take a picture
My
for Justine.
dear friends, what have we here? Like, can we talk this through? After all, you can see me. Who do we have there?
I'm heading toward the trapdoor now.
Okay, as you do, you hear a very loud noise from the bottom of the trapdoor as a subway car roars by somewhere down there, and you think this probably leads to the subway system.
Okay.
All right.
I give
That's
another
alright,
shout
that's-
down. There's flashing lights on both sides, guys.
Oh
Jacques,
dear, the
come down here
police
to get
are...
out.
The
don't
police
say
have
that.
arrived. Whatever will you do, my friends?
Get down here. There's another way out.
I
Aaron
grabbed
down.
one of the pieces of equipment and smashed the TV.
Okay. Trying to remain off screen, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. You do that. It comes crashing down.
Give it a quick wave right before it goes. Just like, bye.
Question. As a Zymesi, do I see anything of interest that has to do with like body shaping or something that would catch my eye?
Oh, yes. Like, they've been doing quite a number on little... There's all sorts of instruments that could be used.
I tried to take a picture real quick as I then jumped down.
Do you
And
gather
it
them?
If I have time to, like, as everybody else is filing down, I'll be the last one in.
Well,
and I'll
people
gather
are
them.
sort of smashing and grabbing things, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just start putting stuff in, I assume if I had a bag, just start shoving shit in it.
Okay.
It's very pointy in there, I guess, now.
All right. So everyone grabs what they... Did you take the head, Gray?
I took a picture.
Oh, you just left it there.
Can I have the head?
Sure.
Put it
Okay.
in my bag.
I'm
Second
making
time
note
this
of
week
that.
Somebody, a campaign of mine, has taken a head.
I'm mentally making a note of that as
Are
well.
you taking the head,
Okay, you guys,
Maggie?
we don't
Yeah.
have time to loot the whole place. We gotta go. The cops are here, and probably everybody else.
Yeah,
too.
and you can hear them on the bullhorn like, come out with your hands up, and the whole bit. Like, the building is surrounded.
Yeah.
I'm
taking
wiping
as many of those
fingerprints off.
vials as I can get on me
Okay.
before we go.
All right.
Close the grate behind us.
He was.
Keisha, did Rosaline take all of them when she... Because you were first to them.
Yeah.
Just one.
Okay. So when Tony takes it, there's only 3 left. But
Okay.
there was only 3 there when you got there. So okay. And one by one we escape through the subway system. This is likely where the heartbeat went.
Do we see anyone when we get down there?
No.
Hans is gonna... It's dark, right?
Oh, it's dark, yes. There would be lights down here. There would be, like, small lights lighting the...
Oh, so we can
Tunnel.
see. Hans... Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to say, because we've run way past where we thought we would be, I'm going to say that, you guys get back and you report everything. Allie disappears. Hank tells you that guy is eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, I would like text Sheriff by like, yo, come get your boy. And
Okay. And so everyone goes back, you tell the Baroness what you found.
I
And-
don't send her any of the pictures. I let her take them directly off my phone.
Okay. Good. Allie,
I go
you
port.
report back to Sheriff By.
Yeah, I let her know like we've got a big problem.
You and Sheriff By go through all the evidence that you took photographs of.
Mm-hmm.
There's havens marked on this map.
Is my haven on there?
No, it's all West End Anarchs.
Okay.
It's all in Etobicoke. And then
Sheriff, I
Sheriff
know-
By is like, zoom in on that. And in one of your pictures, there's a business card on the pegboard.
Okay. I like zoom in on it.
Uh-oh.
It says
Louis?
Dr. Louis Pitt, University of Toronto. And there's contact
no.
information on it.
Oh no. Okay. So like I would like seeing that I would say to Sheriff By, I know that it's the Anarchs, but this is bigger than all of us.
Well, we will have to talk to she says we'll have to talk to Primogen. Pardon me. We'll have to talk to Primogen Edward of Clan Malkavian. Dr. Pitt is a very loyal Camarilla vampire.
Hey, what now?
And that's
What?
where,
That's
where
Emily.
that's where we'll call it a night.
Edward.
Thanks everybody for staying up very, very late. Very, very late. Thanks everybody.
Go.
Stick aroround for
DM
bonus.
accept
Stick around for bonus
bribes.
points. Thank you to my players for staying late. We're out.